go places. Event ends May 31st. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
That's
That's
awesome.
me, I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
That stuff scares the
Same thing to me.
crap out of
Yeah,
me.
it's-
Computers.
Oh, I know.
That AI stuff.
Yeah.
I just read an article, I don't know how true it is, but there's this conspiracy going around that all of Britney Spears' Instagram posts aren't real, they're an AI.
Oh, really?
it'd scare you what's not real out there really nowadays.
Oh, I know.
It really would scare
And is she
you.
alive?
That's
Yeah,
what
it's-
the conspiracy is,
Yeah.
if she's like actually
Gone.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I did. I don't do that, but I just saw some line or something.
Yeah, it's weird, huh?
Oh,
Who knows how true,
I know.
but
And I don't follow her. It was just-
I don't either. She's crazy, but
My son went to the FBLA,
Here, Mr. Steve.
Cheyenne.
yeah.
And he took first place.
We
in,
need your
like,
autograph.
Artificial
Is that all right
intelligence.
already for your-
Oh,
Thank you.
oh, that's cool. He says, well, I was the only one man that did it.
Well,
I know, that's why you took
still.
first.
But it'll look good on his college. It'll look good when.
Yeah, but he wanted a
Chris.
computer science.
Mike's online.
for
What's
the
that?
state.
Mike's
It's
online.
like at the FBLA, he took first.
Do you want to work for like the FBI?
Starving.
That'd be cool.
Is that okay?
What?
Just starving.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't, all I brought was rice and water.
What he's saying is he brought a grocery store and it's sitting right here.
I
Yep.
usually have snacks. I had no
What he's saying is he ain't gonna share.
I am not going to share. You got that absolutely right. Go ahead, Candy, in here. Oops. Oh,
Tom, what were you gonna start with?
I think the mayor was gonna start with the nonprofits.
He may be late.
Okay, and then I'm not sure what you had in mind for the rest. I have some answers to some of the questions from Wednesday.
Okay,
Not all, but I do have a few.
okay. Why don't we start with those?
Okay,
So before you do that, we'll call the work session to order.
Are you gonna go sit over there?
No. He'll be here. I know he's coming. I just know he's gonna be late. He's coming from Casper.
Oh.
So,
I can pass out.
This isn't letting me in. Maybe I gotta be a guest.
You got it, click right there, you gotta agree there. And then click on it.
Yep.
Yeah. And then- Took me a while to figure that one out too.
I need one of those, so.
Computers are smarter than us, you know? They're trying to get them there. They're trying.
I don't have plans.
hey Glenn, real quick on this. This was combined with my last year, correct?
Yeah, I put the old one in the back.
In the back? Okay, thank you. That's the
I was
number.
very
That's
impressed
this.
with the 3 days a week.
It's good, isn't it?
That makes me happy.
That's good. Yep,
It's better, not the best.
better.
They
Right.
prepared us for the 2.
You know, we just have to hold it for the summer, so.
Yeah.
Well, the spring water coming in right now is really good.
Good.
Those are,
But it,
Did the turbidity increase with all the rain? Oh.
it's dropped down. We have a theory on maybe what happened there.
Oh.
We haven't had flows like this for 2 or 3 years from the springs, and we think that as a possibility that there's more water coming down than what has come down, and it's cleaning the pipe. more, that there's, there's actually higher in the pipe, and it's actually,
Cleaning the settlement out of the pipe. It's the
yeah,
sediment.
all the stuff that was in the pipe on the top for the last
This is just.
few years now, the water level's like covering it, it's coming.
Yep.
Mm,
Thank you.
yeah.
And that's one of our thoughts, that
Yeah.
maybe it's just wash everything
Out.
out, because they are down now, the MTUs are down a bunch.
Oh, that's good.
My concern is if we got the tanks full, because everyone's gonna start pulling on down that.
And we're getting there, they are filling.
Oh, good.
And, do they actually go check them manually, or are they just?
Yeah,
go
they
up?
climb up. and-
Okay.
And look, because our SCADA system's a little
Yeah, it can't be trusted.
suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're about 3/4 now, that we pull the tanks, so. they're
That's
doing-
awesome.
Because
And
it's,
all four units are working at the plant right now, and they're all on spring water.
good.
Yay.
There's not anything, even from pre-treatment or any of that, it's all
What's-
spring water.
What's the flow right now?
I wrote it down. Between 2,700 and 2,800 gallons per minute.
Correctly. Oh, sorry, I left my phone somewhere.
I have no idea what that
I don't
means.
even
That
know
sounds
what it
good.
is.
But that's really.
What's 27 or 2800? What's 2700 times 1440? I don't have my phone. That's why I'm asking.
That it? That's it.
So that's 3.88 million gallons a day.
A day, yeah. And that's just the springs.
So,
That's amazing.
We had a couple filters that we had to take down at the pre-treatment, so it's on idle right now, but it's, the springs are holding up.
That should help our budget too.
Yeah. If we can keep people off restrictions, then we'll make money.
Three, yeah, we're gonna make money at 3. 2 days,
Yeah,
we'll about break even, and at 1, we're
Yeah.
gonna lose.
yeah.
One was horrible. It almost killed it did kill my
In
backyard.
3 days, people ought to be satisfied they wouldn't get by, so, yeah.
Right.
It makes people happy.
Good to roll?
Well, it made me happy.
Yeah. And that's good to know, to get my sprinklers on, I can set them up for the 3 days and
Yeah,
let them do their thing, so.
yeah, and I think it looks good. We're in a good position right now, better than we have been
Yes,
in the last couple of years.
yeah, so,
Ready?
You're all set.
What is that?
Okay, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Give you a full-
During the work session Wednesday night, Lynn wrote down some of the questions that the council had to research. And I haven't been able to research all of them, but I can knock out about half of them with you tonight. One was in your package, you should have a page called educational reimbursements. And what these are is the city in years past has assisted with higher education or education needs with staff. So if they were to take a college course, that they could submit their tuition for reimbursement. So what I have here are the years for the last 7 years that we have paid out for that. In 2023, that was cut out, and I do not have it included as of now in the 14 budget. If we wanted to put some in, these are the numbers that we had in the past. I do believe when you reinstate one of these after a couple years off, that it's gonna increase, because you'll have more people that'll want to get into that program. So anyway, in 17, 18, and 19, we didn't have any expense, and then it started in 2020, and it climbed to almost 14,000 in 2022. So
Has anybody contacted HR interested in,
Not to date, because it was cut out of the budget last year. I don't think there has been anybody that have asked. If we put this back out, I believe personally that we will have people that will want to do that.
And you said this is not included to date in the 24 budget?
Correct. And so I would be happy, to put in what the council would like on that as an estimate. I could estimate, or we could,
Ms. Jackson?
Nobody's more for education than me. I have my master's degree. I've been all about education my whole life, but with a budget like we have, and with other essential services getting cut to the bare minimum, I wouldn't feel right putting money into this, with other places suffering. That's my 2 cents on it.
Tanya?
we wait and see? Kind of if our income increases and if there is somebody who's interested, then maybe we could readjust and help pay, if not all of it, then some of it, or to some extent, but not
Definitely.
put it in the budget immediately.
Definitely. We can keep this in mind as we look at the monthly reports next year, as they come out, and see where we're at and revisit this.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I would think, I agree, I understand what Councilwoman Wells is saying. After relooking at some other stuff too, but the problem I would have is coming mid-year, implementing something mid-year, even if the funds are there, we could probably use that as a capital expenditure somewhere else. And if in the years past, it's been noted that it's actually being used after it's been cut a year or two, then maybe we should just leave it out of this budget, and if there's money next year, we can reinstate. And,
Okay.
because I think it's gonna need more than just a reinstatement. It might need some kind of policy upgrade on it, you know. You don't want people just using an education and running off, you know, or using an education for something that's not affiliated with their job, stuff like that, and these kind of aspects, so.
Okay.
Does it currently have any restrictions?
Is what?
Does it currently have any restrictions? That you're using it for what your job is?
I believe that it has to be towards your job
Okay.
at
Yeah.
the city. It would have to have something to do with that. So I'm sure if it's an English class and you're in something else, it will count because it is towards the degree
Yeah, like
that you're
prerequisites, yeah.
seeking for that.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Bruce?
So do we have something in there that requires them, after we do this, they're required to stay with the city for so long afterwards?
I do not know that.
That would be one thing that we don't educate them, they go,
Yeah, I'll look that
Yeah,
up
okay.
in that policy.
yeah,
I don't know.
I would assume that there would be.
yeah,
Because if we could do that, then we could make our policemen stay longer than
Yeah,
the
yeah,
training.
yeah.
The state does
Oh,
it.
Well,
you know, yeah.
Down here, if you see your.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe we can then. I don't know.
It's not illegal. You just have to have it written
No,
in.
that, we can do it, just have to be written in it.
You know,
It's not that they can't leave, they have to
Pay it
pay it
back.
back
Yeah,
if
yeah,
they do
yeah.
that.
They have to pay it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be nice for the
I was
police.
asked about the downtown striping on the streets. And I learned that we do contract this out to contractors. We do not have the equipment currently to do that striping. So that is contracted out at the current time.
Okay.
I know that was one question.
Yeah. I don't believe we have the manpower either, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we will contract that out. In the capital budget, we had a 17-yard dump truck. In your budgets, it was on page 14. We do know that that is it's from the 90s, is the year of it. It was in the 90s, and currently it has over 100,000 miles on it. What our thoughts are upon revisiting this, looking at a purchase or a rental on it, we had it looked at, and our thoughts at this point is that we can rebuild the engine in that for closer to 50, 60,000 instead of the 190,000 for a new purchase. And so that's our thoughts at this point, is to rebuild and to free up those remaining funds to help us balance the budget. That would add over 100,000 towards our deficit. And it would still be usable for as long as the rebuild would be.
So you said, what year's the current one you said now?
It's from the 1990s,
And then how many miles is on it?
over 100,000.
A diesel motor?
Well, it's 60,000
Yeah.
to rebuild it. Better be. a
It
diesel.
better be, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying
It
to,
sounds like a lot of money to rebuild a motor.
yeah,
I mean, you could rebuild the
You
motor,
could-
transmission, the rear end, everything in it for that, I would think. I don't know.
yeah, so I think
will
it might
find out
be,
the cost of the rebuild.
I'm just,
Yeah.
that's what's sticking in my head,
Yeah,
stuff
it's
like
just-
that, and then, that seems awful quick for, I get the year and age of the
100,000
vehicle.
miles?
100,000 on a diesel motor is like a break-in
Yeah,
mileage,
usually, yeah,
if that,
so-
right?
Well,
So,
it does go back, it's been used now for, from the 90s, it's gonna be going on 35 years.
Age and miles are what's adding up.
Yeah, I think it's the age and the miles,
She
which,
tries to
Just
say-
like you.
miles don't, hey, I'm just saying miles on a diesel motor is,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
nothing.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's, they're usually a million miles.
I got over
Yeah.
200,000 miles on my diesel pickup now, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not even afraid of it.
I'm
It's-
almost willing to guess it's a gas engine instead of a diesel.
Even then, at 100,000?
100.
It's just,
Yeah,
I
it's-
think,
mean, the biggest problem is they sit and idle so much, they don't get run around town. It ain't like your
It isn't
pickup gets
mile
out on the
miles, it's
highway and
hours
runs.
miles.
They sit around town idling and doing stuff, they don't get out and run.
I think we should, with hearing this kind of information, we need some kind of maintenance program set up on some stuff. Because that's not a lot.
No, no.
yeah, I definitely agree with the maintenance.
But that does sound like a lot of money to rebuild just the motor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Well, and I will come up with that, but we are looking at a rebuild versus a
okay.
replacement.
Thank you, sorry.
do you know how many trucks they have?
I
By
don't-
chance, is it something that's an extra? Do we buy more that one's kind of a backup truck, or, you know, that's just curious, you know?
Yeah,
that-
I know there are others because they use them as a fleet,
Yeah, yeah,
but
And
it's
that's
just the cycle that comes
yeah,
through.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying, is that one that is in the backup truck line, is in the, you know, one they use every day,
Okay.
so.
Oh, we can look at that. Carryover capital, I have two things in your packets. One of them I just called capital budget carryover. And this is gonna lead into other discussions, I know. The list of the items that were included in the 2023 budget are to the left there. So if you see general fund, information technology, replacement computers was budgeted for 30,000. Okay, we have purchased those, they came in right at 30,000, they came in $10 under. When you look at City Hall, there's the controls and the depot furnaces. Those items were expended, and from my understanding is that those were included in the budget from 2022 and carried forward. Okay, so there is no budget in the current year. Those were items that were from the year before that were purchased in this year. Now, we should have about a year ago added to the budget all the carryover items. We should have had a status of the capital, and we did not have that to my knowledge. Okay, I wasn't here for a lot of that, but I could not find that. Public Works Administration, there's a vehicle trade-in of a Ford Explorer. Okay, where you see that it was budgeted for 50,000 in the 23 budget, we have not received that yet. That's out on a bid, and getting vehicles in right now is really hard to get those in.
Did we expend the money already?
No, it has not been expended because we have not received it on site.
So we,
So it is
on
out
these,
an
we don't
RFP.
wait, we wait.
It is out on a RFP,
Mm-hmm.
most of these, and we went through that process, selected it, and it's on order.
Okay.
So we cannot cut a check for it until it shows up on site. And when we cut the check is where it goes against the budget.
So this was expended though in '23.
No, it is a budgeted item in 23
Okay.
under the budget. The next column over is blank, and that just shows we have not paid anything on that yet.
Okay.
So that is not in. You have a shoplift for 20,000. We also have not received that. Under streets, we have a steel wheel roller. I think parts of that have come in. I don't know the status of the whole. But I know we've had 3 different invoices that adds up to the 12, so I think parts of that are in. The downtown striping and crosswalks will happen here soon, now that the snow's off. The Davis Street extension is one that the project has not been started yet.
Can I go back? So the downtown striping, we have that on this year's capital item as well.
Yes, so it'll be,
2 phases.
yes,
Okay.
it's like every year we do certain
Streets,
stripings on a cycle.
So it just rotates different streets, is that
Correct,
how
different
that?
streets, different areas.
So is this something that can be utilized into a maintenance fund instead of a capital purchase, a maintenance item or fund
I
for,
think it is
through
more
streets?
maintenance. I think it is more of a maintenance item.
I think it should be in that category instead of in some kind of capital budget.
Yes, 'cause
We
it
need to
really
be
isn't
budgeting that.
capital.
Yeah.
We do not set that up as a capital asset to depreciate it,
Yeah.
so. Yeah. The Davis Street extension, like I said, that is not started yet. We have not moved on that. Police administration has 2 Ford Expeditions. We've got one of those was on order, and it could be anywhere from a year out to even longer, 18 months from now.
We actually have 3 on order that were all supposed to go into production in January. 2 of them are K-9 vehicles, Tom.
I have for this year replacement 2 Ford Expeditions, but there is impact assistance funds that I think some of
That's
those
the
are coming
third.
out
So
of.
in the current budget year, we have 2 for K-9
Okay,
and a third from impact. They were all supposed to go into production in January. Last we heard they had not.
okay. And I believe the K-9s are the ones that are general fund.
So are the prices going up on these, or are we locked in on a price?
We're locked in. We've ordered
Okay,
them
okay, okay,
a long time
yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and they're, like I said, a ways out still. So what we do is try to carry those forward to next year. Replace handguns and tasers. I don't have all of those costs in yet. We're still waiting for some of those. All of those have been ordered, haven't they? I
Handguns
think
are done.
they've been ordered.
Tom, I'm sorry. Handguns are done. Tasers are getting ordered.
Okay, I have about 15,000 out of 44,000 budgeted.
For the handguns,
Yes.
some of that may have been spent, and we may have been under budget, and there may be some extra money. I'll
Okay.
clarify for you on the handguns tomorrow, but we replaced them several months ago.
Okay, and we will look at that.
Was that the holsters and all under that? Did you get new holsters and everything for that
We had a
15,000?
problem with the holsters, and we still have to, we're waiting to purchase one set of holsters. And so that will be some of the money, but it certainly won't be 15,000.
Okay.
Okay. A couple items there that are recorded under police administration are building maintenance, the new boilers that we have some costs in on. We are waiting for completion and then to install that remote terminal unit. Those things we are working on, and by the end of June, we'll let you know the status. Animal control, we have replaced one animal control truck. You can see the cost there to the budget. And mobile radios, animal control vehicles. For 12, we haven't received those yet as well. Fire department, the self-contained breathing apparatuses, I believe, are in. We are waiting for that invoice, and I believe it's in the finance office as we speak to be paid. So I think that you will see the final cost on that. And the firefighter protective personal equipment, some of that is in as well. And we will go over that more. The golf course, we received the fairway mower, came in right at the budget, but we have not received the range picking unit, or we have not updated yet to where we've received the invoice on the golf cart leases.
The range picking unit is on site already.
Is it on site?
Yeah, they've been utilizing it. I actually seen it there.
Okay. I will follow up and see where that expense is recorded if it wasn't recorded
Okay. here.
There was one item from last year that took time to get here, the pre-gator equipment. That was in last year's capital that came in after the end of the year that was not rebudgeted. You could see under the recreation center roller skates that they came in slightly over budget, which we would use other recreation funds to make that up. Replace the roof. I believe that was complete and that came in well under budget. And then there's a trap thrower repair kit that we're still waiting on. Most of the items under the green spaces, the parks, the first 4 items were carryover from the year before. So that they were approved in the 2022 budget and they were actually expended in the 23. I will bring to council a budget amendment with the explanation as to how those were funded from the previous year. They received their air compressor, and there's some in the parks infrastructure entryway landscape that I believe are waiting through the winter months, and that we will be on those shortly. Under the enterprise funds, a lot of these have not been received, and I know they've been ordered. The city water model, the $6,307 is the cost that we paid to Carl Brown for the water rate study. And I don't believe that that's really capital. That should have been consulting, but I know this is budget-wise where that was. There's some MXU replacement, service line locating equipment. You can go down through the list. The filter leaves are for the water plant, that they go into the, filter the water that runs into the treatment plant. And you can see through the sewer fund that we're still waiting on those items. The landfill and the recycling center, you can just see that those items we just haven't received. So that is a summary as to the capital budget carryover. The general fund amount that we've used in
Go back
here
in there.
is about $615,000 of carryover at this point today. If we can get more of that in, that will get it in this year's budget and lower that amount that we would have to carry over to next year.
So, I have a question. How far along, or you might not know this, and this might be something for you to direct towards Austin at a later date or whatever, but how far along are we on that Davis Street extension?
To my knowledge, I don't think it's even begun. I don't even think it's been engineered.
No engineering or anything?
To
huh?
my knowledge, there isn't.
So what's the holdup? I guess
Yeah.
I'm saying, why?
I don't know.
Water?
Water, probably.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I-
water took precedence on
Yeah,
on a lot of stuff.
I
but-
think his time has been devoted mostly over to there. I mean, he's a engineer for road and bridge and all that, so it'd be nothing better for him to do than that.
Yeah.
You know, in that aspect of things, he would be thrive with this for sure. And we have gotten somebody to handle some water stuff. So
Yeah,
And weather, she said.
yeah, and the
Some of
weather,
it's
but
weather.
yeah.
yeah,
The snow came early, he was telling me, and somebody had asked me, and he said, so that just got pushed to the side for a little bit until all the snow, went away, and unfortunately,
Now
we
it's
just kept getting more and more, so
Yeah.
he wasn't able to kind of
Yeah.
get it started as soon as he was hoping to get it started.
I just want to see something done and push through on that. You know,
Yeah, it will be a carryover item at this point. To circle back to the 17-yard dump truck, we've heard from Cody a little bit. It is a diesel engine. And he used some extra, he said it's extra worn out. He used that twice. And hard miles
Oh.
is what he's saying. So,
I would think they could buy a brand new diesel engine cheaper than $50,000.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can. I mean,
If not a
install and
reman will.
everything. Yeah, or a reman.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I don't know,
it's-
we don't, I don't
Yeah.
have the amount of
Yeah.
that rebuild yet.
Yeah.
and the other thing with that is it might not just be about the motor. I'm sure they plowed with it and everything else, and there's a lot of
Right. Well,
fatigue parts and stuff, so it might need, some extra care. I get that, I understand it. To me, it's crazy that it only lasted like that, even if it's the year, of what it is.
Okay.
yeah, yeah. The year,
The 90s?
the year don't
That's
matter,
pretty
but
old,
the
man.
miles. do. Yeah. You remember the 90s?
Wow.
Oh,
I was born in 86, so
It's short-term.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're just in the starting stages of it,
oh,
right?
whatever. You're not much older than me.
Not much.
Okay, some other capital items to be carried over will be in the impact assistance fund that are outside of what we budgeted within the general fund. And that one looks like this, it's really small type. I apologize, I printed it just before we came in.
What one does it look like?
This one,
It's really the
Little
small,
tiny words.
Yeah.
tiny
Nobody
one.
with glasses.
This one?
For those of us that were
This
born
That one they said.
before the 90s might need a glass to see it.
Yeah.
I was born before 90, so I'm in trouble.
There are major hints going on here.
All
I
right.
think it's towards probably like more you.
The,
It was towards you.
You're almost,
sure.
no, you're almost to the,
I've got,
oh,
just knock it off. I got a walker outside the door, knock it off.
all
did you
right,
need crutches to get there?
The impact assistance fund, I try to do the same thing. Now, we have amended this a couple times during the year. So if you start in the upper left-hand corner with the police department, you can see the budgets, and then everything that I have in the right-hand column are the costs. And if there isn't anything there, we have not received the invoice yet for it to be paid. I know the status to the right, funding, and the status there is kind of where it was probably in the March timeframe, was the last time that I followed up with the department heads. The main highlights there is we have received the ambulance through the fire department, and it's on there 3 times because it came from 3 different impact revenue sources through TB Flats, Gateway West, Ecola are the 3 that came through. And then you could see the lean-to for the recycling center that we have. And then the water line infrastructure needs, a lot of that is the Y2 consultants for the pre-treatment plant.
On the recycling center, I've been there I recycle all the time, but what's the holdup on that?
They're doing it themselves, and it's manpower, and
Oh.
it wasn't enough.
It is
So,
inside.
yeah, it started off as a lean-to, because I've had the same questions and like, what is going on? But it wasn't budgeted enough to have a contractor do it all. So they had taken it on to
Themselves.
save money themselves and do it this way.
Then Mother
And-
Nature caught them.
Yeah,
Yes.
so,
So that's why the poles, like,
Yeah.
just got stuck there. They were in the cement, and I don't know if they poured the cement until just this year.
for the Baylor
No,
is,
for the
No,
post.
for the poles to
Just-
be
Oh, the
straight,
poles.
because I think
I-
some of them were leaning, and that, because he just, because of the weather, with getting the snow so early in October.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
100%
No.
sure on if they poured the poles or didn't
But they
pour them
have
or
now,
whatever.
the poles have been.
So
They've been set. Okay.
Yes.
that was the reasoning though, is
They've been putting purlings on it and
It's gonna
everything
be
else right now.
huge.
Yeah,
It'll be
it's
nice.
it's a nice building. Okay,
I was just gonna ask on these impact assistance, is everything ordered or on purchase?
we are, yes, everything on here has had action
Okay.
towards that purchase.
I was just curious and wanting to make sure, because I know last year's budget, we froze all capital expenditures, but we allowed
Impact.
the impact assistance. So when you're a year later, you come back and you see, you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Did they not order something? Did they not get something done? Because they had full clearance to go.
Yeah, so there still is quite a bit that's just being backed up. It's just the supply chain right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, down below there, about the middle of the page, we added about 324,000 of carryover items from last year, okay, from 2022. And then during the year, we allocated 600,000 towards the Sage Creek change orders, which was phase 1. And right now, of those, we paid 531,000 of the 600. And I believe that we are through that. So I think we estimated it, and I believe that the rest of that will remain in impact assistance. We have 200,000 for the SCADA design. That's going to be the engineering design of that. And we are working on that, and that is coupled with a CDBG grant for about $1 million.
This is the matching funds, correct?
And this is, well, there was no matching funds, but we needed 200,000 for the design, so we went with the impact
Okay.
assistance, is what it is. The grant will be $1 million, and then there's still, if I recall off the top of my head, there's about 600,000 that would still have to come from some source, which would be associated with the wastewater treatment plant. Part of that, the design and the implementation of the wastewater, this is more the water side of it. And then we'll have that discussion about the wastewater at another time. because we would probably have to pull that out of general fund reserves if we do that. The water fund will not have the resources to cover that. All right, and then we purchased a ditch witch earlier in the year through council, and we added that through impact assistance. So anyway, that's the status there. You can watch for updates on both the general fund capital and the impact assistance in the monthly reports that I issue. These exact things are in there each month, and I will be available for questions or research at that time as well.
So the 68-some thousand, that's gonna be different. We'll have to reallocate that to something?
It would be available for reallocation.
Okay.
Now, one thing that I have in the monthly reports, and I want to tie it out again before I bring it to council to make sure it's correct, is the budget last year. Okay, that there were two items with it. One is that the budget did not zero out what we estimated that we were holding. Okay, so we were holding reserves, cash reserves, and we were gonna add to it the amount that we were gonna receive this year in impact assistance since July 1st. And if you take last year's budget, it did not zero that out. There were remaining funds. But the other thing is we have not received impact assistance funds this year. And we had the revenues in there that were used to support these purchases. And so if we were to purchase everything out at the exact amount, we would actually be in a slight deficit position of cash. We just wouldn't have the cash, even though it's been allocated through a budget to make this. And you can look at the monthly reports that will give you that information as to how much budget remains and where we stand cash-wise.
But we're still expected to get that funding, right?
Yes.
It's just, they're just weird about when
Yeah,
they pay it
we're
out,
not exactly sure
what their
the
schedule,
holdup
yeah.
of the schedule. And with the Choke Cherry Wind Farm project, I think we will start to receive more impact assistance funds as well. And once we know those, we can discuss how those should be distributed, so.
So the 60 to 70,000, whatever, I mean, the amount is on this that we're gonna have in excess on that from the Sage Creek change order. Is that coming out of an impact assistance is directly only allowed to use for certain things too?
Correct.
So we have to be careful how we reallocate that back out.
Correct. It'll be Choke Cherry.
Okay, so we'll learn
Funds.
more.
But you can also see in the month-end reports that I did not print, but you can see that there is leftovers in the other ones, in the TB Flats, Gateway West, Ecola, and all of those are restricted by the the impact assistance fund that we get it from.
A lot of that's police, fire, stuff like that, I believe, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, and, okay.
And I have those tied out in the month reports, I just did not print those tonight to share with you. But that's the other side of the capital, okay? So we will bring to you at the third reading an estimate as to what we'd have to carry forward to next year. And what we would do with that or recommend with that is that the funding source for that at the end of June, at the end of the fiscal year, will roll into cash reserves. We will ask just to pull that out of cash reserves for those purchases. And so it'll be almost a separate budget for you. So we will balance the current year revenues, expenses, and then we'll share with you to pass amounts for capital that we'd have to pull out of cash reserves for that. And that'll be third reading. Okay. We did get, since Wednesday night, we just received our final workers' comp rates that we would have to pay to the Department of Workforce Services. The rate that we budgeted, that you would have for workers' comp in the budget was 4.7%. That's what it has been, and we thought it would remain close to that. The premium rate that we will have that will start July 1st is 4.39%. So that is a slight reduction. When I run that through the budget work papers in the general fund, we will save about $17,254. And we can put that towards our budget deficit right now. And in the enterprise fund, it's about $3,500 that we were saved. So that's just a slight change in the workers' comp. I had a question here, would the city do an RFP for health insurance? And the answer to that is yes. We will put that out in about November, December timeframe on an RFP. And that way we'd get those results back January, February. We can analyze those and then go through the onboarding process. And that would go live then July 1st of the following year is how that would work. So the answer to that is definitely yes. What we would do with that is probably look for an outside consultant to help us with that RFP and the analyzation of the results that we get. When it gets to health insurance, there's a lot of difficult items in there to analyze. But we will definitely put that out on an RFP. One question was, what is the name of the new finance program that we are looking to purchase? The name of that is G-Works. That's the one that we have had our demonstrations through. And we do know through a quote from them, currently we pay about $30,000 for our accounting system through Cassell for the annual. And for the same package with the same modules, we've been quoted $37,000. So it will be about $7,000 more for the same modules that we currently operate. And what we do not use currently in Cassell that we would like to use, to recommend to use, is the physical asset management, Public Works, and that is $22,000 a year that we do not use currently, so we don't have a cost that can replace. That would just have to be added.
Would it be added in the other one as well?
Yes, we have $30,000 right now in Cassell, so for this it would be $7,000 more that we'd have to add into the.
I'm talking about the module you just referred to.
The physical asset management.
Does the other one have the physical
We
asset?
do not use that, no.
We don't use it
We
now
don't
currently.
use it or
Are we
pay
going
for
to
it.
be using it?
Not in Cassell. We
No,
won't.
in the other one.
Yes,
Okay. What's the cost of that one?
$22,000 a year.
That's Cassell.
No, that's the G-Works.
So it's an extra 22,000.
Extra 22 plus 7 off the other one. We're looking at an increase of about $29,000 a year for the information system.
What will that provide you?
The current system that we use right now, we don't use like, you know, most of the modules that we pay for. For instance, inventory, materials management, we do not track any inventory right now. Fixed assets, we do not track fixed assets. Purchase recs are on paper. This would allow us to automate that and do online approval routings. The physical asset one, what will allow us to do work orders so that we can track costs per equipment now, per piece of equipment. We could go out and see at any time what the maintenance cost has been on those things, where those costs run. If you look at your typical accounting system, we don't use, you know, really any of those modules right now. Cassell has some of those, but I look, one thing that they do not use is like work orders that I have been told that they don't use, and to me, those are critical to know what your costs are, and that's what pulls inventory out of your inventory modules. A work order, it goes in through a purchase order, and right now, almost all of that is paper. That are our current system, so we would be at a point that we'd have to purchase additional models in Cassell, or we would have to switch systems entirely.
So ultimately, you do not get those that you just said. You would get that in this other system.
Correct.
Okay, so for 27,000 more a year, you're actually getting this stuff that would help you automate and track a lot and have a better finance tracking
Correct.
on everything.
And to me, being a accountant, to me, this is the support of everything. I think it's just key that we have a financial system that can track all these things. Grants, projects, we don't track those separately in the system. You just go all around the system. Our employee files right now are all paper in a file cabinet. We really need an HR module that we can scan those in. People can access certain documents online. Department heads can track their budgets, look at invoices online. Right now, they're all filed in the finance office. It would take some time to go pull the invoice, locate it, pull it out, share it. With this system, it would be automatic. They could go out and open the invoice online within just seconds.
So you said something about an HR module in there and stuff. Is that included in this price? The
It
whole
is.
price, you get everything, so where
It is.
Cassell, you have to keep purchasing, and we're gonna end up in the $20,000+ range just to purchase these other
We're gonna
modules,
end up
correct?
close to the same amount once
Okay.
we purchase that. Yep, and so anyway, if you want to Google that, it's out there, it's just called G-Works. The implementation costs on that, what they're saying might be twice the yearly cost for implementation. And that would be training, and that would be getting the data out of the one system into the other.
That's what I was gonna ask next. Can you transfer the data over?
So if we were to try for like a January 1st implementation, we could do W-2s, W-9s out of the old system, but you still have to carry that information forward on your general ledger. If we look at a June 30th year end, we could start over with the general ledger, because at the end of the year it rolls over, but we would have to pull all of the personnel information out of the one into the other, so we could do W-2s and all that out of the other system. So, anyway, I know I was asked that question.
Hey, Tom, real quick on the extended cost of the first year, right? And I know impact assistance is tough to like handle on some things, but could this fall under something with impact assistance with all the stuff that the city has done and moving forward? Because I mean, that's stuff that needs to be used for, you know, one-time purchases and stuff like that, in my
I'll
opinion.
look.
But
I'll
if it
look.
falls in that category of some of the excess money we might have in impact assistance, if it's available to be used.
We'll look at that.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Okay. One thing that I wanted to go over real quick again with you, and I think I confused people the last time. I know I confused Councilman Sanger a little bit on this.
That's
And
not-
I do not have all the data that I want yet in here that he has asked for. I just haven't had time to get to the detail. But I want to show you conceptually our cash reserves, where we ended the year. And I shared this, but I know in a couple places there were numbers that I did not explain. So I want to give you my best effort here to point this out, and then I will have the detail for you at the second reading, which would be at the next council meeting, June 5th.
So which page are you reading from?
All right, so if you can find one that's landscape that says general fund balance at the top. Yep. All right, I want to start here, and then I'm going to work into the other two schedules. So, when you look at the top schedule reflecting fiscal year 2022 activity, June 30th, 21 actual, that totals down below to 26,830,000. Does everybody see that? All right. Those numbers came directly out of the audit report, okay? Now, the different classifications that you have, the non-spendable, committed, assigned, unassigned, all refer back to certain items, okay? That fit that classification. Under the assigned, okay, where it says 12,610,000, I know that included in there is the impact assistance cash reserves that we have that were left over. And it also includes in there our emergency reserve. The $4 million that's the emergency reserve. It is included in that assigned column. And then the unassigned is just everything else that's left over. Now, what I will do, and I hope to have this at the second reading of the budget, is I will break down the assigned column as to what's in there. Okay, because I know it's impact assistance, I know it's the emergency reserve. I will find out what it is. Okay? And then what I was trying to do here is in fiscal year 2022, the next fiscal year, under the unassigned, you will see 11,507,000. That's the revenues that we received in 22. The 14,140,000, the next one, is what we expended that year. So under the unassigned, when we get our audit report for 2022, the unassigned is going to be very close to 9,260,000. Okay? Under the assigned, the only thing I included there was impact assistance activity. okay, that went through impact assistance. Okay, now, budgets before, I was here, I don't know, has it been 2 years, 2 years last year or so. How the budget started is the assigned amounts, okay, were at the top of the page and the unassigned, so that you knew what the cash reserves were. And then you'd have all your revenues and expenditures, and at the end of the year, down at the bottom, you would see what the impact was to where we started the year to where we ended the year. So, if you look at, and I didn't put a heading on this, I printed it too fast. It starts with miscellaneous in the upper left-hand corner. If you look in the fiscal year 2023 budget, the second column with numbers, if you go down almost to the bottom there, you'll see cash reserves, 6,479,000. Okay? Can everybody find that all right? So what that number represents, okay, is an estimate of our beginning cash reserves. Okay, that was the estimate. So we dropped that in there as if that's where we started the year. And then if you go through all the revenues and all the expenditures, when you go to the next page that says general fund expenditures, you will see in the fiscal year 2023 budget, down at the bottom, 4,500,000. That's our emergency reserve fund that is included in the assigned. Okay? Now, what should have happened with this is we should have had that as a starting point on both of those items. Under the assigned, the emergency reserves, and then under the general, the unassigned cash reserves. Okay, but what happened is that one was recorded as a revenue, as if that was available to be spent, and the other was taken out as an expenditure, as if it was available to be expended. And that really is not the case on either one of those. Those are beginning cash reserves that we have, okay? Two separate items. And so I have those, if you go back to the fund balance, those are included in the assigned and the unassigned. And then I followed it through, and then in the budgets that I've prepared, you will see that those amounts go to zero in the budgets that I have. I did not reinstate those fund balances because I presented you with the actuals under the fund balance schedule. Those are the actuals that we have. All of these were estimated, and we did not have audit reports for 2021 or 22, so they were estimated. So the actual number, instead of the 6 million over there, should have been 9,260,000, which is the unassigned for 2022. And so what I will do better in the next one is I will begin with those fund reserves, and then I will show you the revenues and expenses and where they end, so that you can see, here's where we started, here's the activity, here's where we ended. I did that on two different schedules, and I did not reinstate the other balances in the budget. So if they are on there, they should be included and then backed off, and then the revenues, expenses to come up with that. So I hope that is a better explanation. If not, I'm sure Councilman or Vice Mayor Singer will help me with a different explanation for the next one. But anyway, I just wanted to point those numbers out and why those are not included in the 24 proposed. That's the reason why, is that they're actual cash reserves. They really shouldn't be revenues or expenditures. Should just be where we started, and then I need to show you where we end. If you look at the fund balance one there, back on the general fund balance, you will see my estimates for fiscal year 23 down below the 22 numbers. You'll see where we started and budget-wise where we would end if we were to fulfill all of the budget. Our unassigned would go from 9.2 million carried over from 22, and it would go down to 6.8 million if we expended 100% of the budget, received 100% of the revenue, which isn't always the case. But if it were budgeted, that's where we would be. And then my carryover calculation to the right is where I'm estimating the actual will come out. Our revenues are up and our expenditures aren't quite to the budget. So instead of losing about 2.5 million, I believe the actual will be closer to 208,000
Of loss.
loss that would have to come out of reserves. And that is without, no, that is with the capital carryover taken out.
Is that with the changes that we discussed last Wednesday, or is that, those aren't adjusted in yet?
Those aren't adjusted in yet.
I have some questions on here, Tom, if you have a second.
No, be good.
On human resources, it looks like we're already over budget in April. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, what that is the bonuses
Oh, okay.
that were paid, all ended up under employee appreciation.
Okay.
There has been a budget amendment for that. I did not get the amendment into the budget.
Got it. And then it looks like police is down significantly compared to what was budgeted. And so was the 911 center, the fire department, and the code enforcement.
Correct. So under police, I know that about 600,000 of what's shown here is capital. Okay, that we have not received in the
Okay.
cars.
Yep, okay.
And a portion of that is gonna be salaries because we budgeted for a full staff. And we are
Yes, yep.
bugged
I
down.
figured that was probably the case, even with the overtime.
Yeah, the 911 center is capital again.
Okay.
We had some capital items. And what was the other one?
The fire department and code enforcement.
Fire department is capital items
Capital
as
too.
well. Code enforcement is interesting because I believe that code enforcement and building code enforcement, most of those expenditures end up under like the police department or the fire department.
Okay.
And we will review those to make sure that they hit the right. It's just easy when they come in to be coded to the
I see.
police department, so it's,
Is it better just to put them under the respected departments that they actually serve under in the budget?
well,
Instead of
that's where
breaking
they
it
should
out?
go. Yes, that's where they should be coded, but I know when the invoices come in to be coded, it's usually police department or fire department that ends up with those. I was wanting to cut those back because I'm like, hey, we haven't spent anything, let's cut those, and they're like, whoa. So we looked, and that's a lot of what's happening, is it's actually in the other,
So when we talk about budgeting, like for code enforcement, the 97,000 or, it should actually be under police department for
A lot of that
all
would
that
be,
stuff
yeah.
from now on. Okay.
Yeah, so it's only basically salaries that are hitting there.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Tom.
Yep. Okay, is there any other questions that council would have? Those are the ones that I kind of had prepared tonight. There are other questions that I'll have ready for the second hearing. those are the ones that I've been able to research a little bit for you that were questions, so.
Thank you for
Is
all
there
your
any
hard
other?
work.
No, 27.
Just the reserves and impact and all that, the 9.2. That's what we're starting with ultimately, is how you put that with.
So I think in the same question you're asking, in assigned, you have not removed it from the projected for 22, 6/30/22. You have not removed the 4.5 million from that assigned budget.
It is in that budget. It has not been removed from that number.
So when you remove it and you move all the unassigned into that account all at the same time before we reassign it to other stuff, what is that total? Give or take.
Ask that one more time.
You're gonna move 4.5 back up to just reserve fund.
Okay, now,
And when we carry over, we carry everything in that reserve fund until we redistribute it back into our budget.
correct. So I believe the answer to that is if you look at June 30th of 21, the 12,610,000 in assigned, it's in that number. Okay, the emergency reserve and the impact assistance.
Right, so it's still in that when we
Yes.
get to 6/30/22.
And this is actual, this is not budgeted. So on the budget, it was removed budget-wise on that back page.
Where did it go?
Budget-wise, it really didn't go anywhere because we budgeted about a $2.7 million loss. And so budgetarily, it was added into the budget that creates that loss. Okay? Actual numbers here, it is not removed on the actual. So we just record the activity in and out. And at the end of the year, it's still included in that number. So actual numbers, it was not removed. Budgetarily, it was.
So the 12.4, I thought on assigned of 6/30/22, right?
Yep.
Projected.
That is just impact, or is that impact and reserves?
It is impact, it is the emergency reserve,
Okay,
and there is also some other items that I don't know right off that are assigned.
so
But I
since
will find out.
we don't count the emergency reserve, so we move it out and we set it up over here and we leave it away. And then all the other money that's left over in the budget from year to year to year to year, and in this particular grouping, 21 was pretty darn fantastic. We end up with $9,260,000. When we're at the end of the year, where do we put that money before we reassign it back into the budget again? Where does it go?
Okay, I did not reassign that back into the budget, okay? The reason that I did not reassign it back in is to have a balanced budget. The current year revenues would equal current year expenditures. And if that is the case, revenues equal expenditures, we would not appropriate any of those funds. They would just stay in cash reserve.
So it went to
Yes.
cash reserve.
Correct, and it's still in cash reserve.
That's
So the total between those two is
7.
13 million? Because there's 4.5 in assigned and 9.2 in unassigned. So we
Correct.
haven't sent it anywhere.
Correct,
So we're gonna take it out, set it aside until we're ready to send it somewhere.
correct.
Between those two things, does that not equal 13,750,000?
But the amount goes right back into cash reserves.
That's what I'm saying. It's going up into cash reserves.
Yeah.
From there, you're gonna reassign it back into the budget somewhere, if you need to.
Yeah, see, and I did not.
It just has it in cash reserve.
I just kept it there.
So in total cash reserves, it would be $13 million,
Yeah,
almost
with
14.
the unassigned, with the emergency reserves.
Okay, not counting impact assistance
Correct.
and whatever else is in there.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Yep, and so I will, within the budget, I will have those starting points and I will show that more clear as we go through. Because I understand that was confusing, having some large numbers in 23 and they're gone in 24. Where did they go?
Right.
Councilman?
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, Tom. This budget was a huge undertaking, and out of the years that I've been on the council, this was the best budget presentation we've had.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Well, I do my best.
Well, I like the way you explain things. It's much easier for me to understand than previous people, for sure.
Thank you.
I agree. Sorry I'm late. It's been a day.
Well, I'm just ready to turn it back to you.
This meeting's adjourned. My timing is impeccable, huh?
Yep.
I'm sorry I wasn't here. I will get with you, Tom, or somebody to catch me
I'll
up.
be happy to
And
share it with you.
I just took way longer than I wanted it to or whatever. Yeah. So is everybody ready for a break? I declare a break.
I see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was.
Sorry.
Tom, I'm sorry, I was gonna ask one question to you. What is your projected amount with the operational costs, you know, and everything we incur? What projected amount are you looking at for our reserves? Our instead of the 4.5, what are you wanting in there? I thought it was
7 million.
7 to 8, right?
Yes,
7.2.
what I would like is 50% of the annual budget roughly.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're looking kind of at that.
And that's the total budget, not the general fund budget, but the general
Correct.
fund and every other of
All of
our.
it together.
with
Okay.
the unexpended stuff now and possible higher revenues and stuff we've gotten. Are you going to be able to meet that this year possibly?
Yes, I think
Okay.
we'll meet that.
Sweet.
A couple things else though on the fund balance is I would, and like I said, I'll go over this at the second reading because we're gonna get more into the fund balance, but I would like to put some aside for funded depreciation.
Yes.
And there's also projects that we have that I would like to recommend to pull reserves out. We have a list of building repairs, like rooftop units, HVAC, all that, and it's about $1 million that I will bring to expend next year out of reserves, and water's gonna need some as well. So we'll get those cash reserves down. The unassigned.
But we're still going to be looking at our actual after that. We're still going to be looking at the 7.2 to 8.
It might be a little lower than that.
But in a couple years we could get to
Yeah.
that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and that's just gonna be, we're not gonna like spend it, we're just gonna sign it.
Yeah. Makes sense. Sure.
He only has to assign $2,700,000 he has to assign from this to get to the reserve fund balance. Yeah, so 200,000.
So it'd be 2.4 roughly.
Yeah, so he's assigning 2.7 million to the 4.5 to get to 72. And then what's left in that, take the 2.7 out of here is 4 million or whatever. And the rest of that is under depreciation. All that other stuff. Yeah. So, I said this earlier, I think it when I left the council, we got the same budget every time.
Oh, sorry. The subject wasn't William.
And then you got
Texted me Happy Mother's Day on Friday.
3 different versions
Doesn't come,
of
doesn't,
how to
doesn't
do
come.
the budget.
Yeah,
And it's the 3 different
he's
versions
the
that you
only
have
one
to
that
read.
works here.
If you had a damage, you had at the
It's
top
on
of
the
the
call,
page,
roller call.
you would have
Same call.
$6,742,500. That would be on top.
Never,
No, ever.
And then
Then I
you move
text
that
him,
down
are
and
you
place it over
alive?
the
Yes.
top of
One word
revenue.
answers, that's all I get from that boy. Yeah.
No, it was never added to revenue. It was
He
just
just does not talk.
so you could see how much money was in the fund.
Come live.
Terry needs to,
But
just,
everybody else has.
Yeah.
just tell Terry he needs to get on it.
I don't know what his problem is.
You can do that.
I'll tell him.
Yesterday, I was turning on the sprinklers, but I.
Okay,
I didn't realize he was talking
I gotta
to
find it.
Travis. I called Travis.
Gasket crack.
17, 18,
So
19,
now I
19.
gotta figure out how to get that fixed so tomorrow.
And all the way back to 2004, you can see the reserve fund balance, and it always shows up right over the top of the
By
revenue.
true value, they
But it's never added to revenue,
So.
it just shows, you can see it.
Have to be able to see
Right. Then in
Tell me how
2019 and 20,
I'll find it or
it was
not.
the first
Might
year
be able to get it online, but then
of
it
the
might take a while
actual
to get here.
budgeted
Yeah,
amount.
I know.
Not kept out. It was added. Right? And then they
YouTube
did
had a
it
genetic
again
gasket.
in 2021.
I super glued it
As the
together.
first of the budget. So we
Super glue
still
everything. There you go.
our normal 11,
Did
12,
you yell at him for not?
to 16, 17. Right, you know, that's because they added it as a counter.
He's getting ready to go to Florida for that trip next week.
Right.
What are they doing there?
They rented a house on the beach and Sonia's gonna come down.
Well, that's because not up here, you never had this.
His dad is gonna come.
Yeah, otherwise you'd know.
Yeah, that's what that is.
That's next
Well,
week.
then I went, so I kept going back through the
Garrett just told me about that. I'm sure he knows.
I'm sure he does. He probably is.
First big issue that I have,
Or going backwards.
What happens if you spend them? That's what happens if you spend them.
Yeah.
That's what happens to them. Did you get my response to you? Okay.
Gary's presentation.
That's as accurate as
I
I'm
know
going
that they
to
were
be.
coming here, or they did.
Response to the citizens' request. Presentation and response to citizens' request. Board appointees and presentation. Do you have any idea what that says?
I'm sure you have a lot of your
Something more controversial.
So I left about noon, went to training, and got home and like 3 o'clock.
He said something. If you're gonna start doing something special to get something on the agenda, everybody has to do it. You're not gonna single. It's almost done. She sent me her list of the stuff that I added. So I'm gonna clean it up and send it to everybody. Look at this. It's preliminary. Agenda and see how it goes.
Have you met Karen? Karen from Power? You did.
She came in
Yeah.
the office once.
I was even there.
Now that you say that.
It happened more than 2 hours ago, so I forgot.
Yeah, they just.
Did you have any problems with their presentation?
No.
There she is.
No.
Glad you're here.
Let's start the meeting.
That makes sense.
Hi, how are you?
It will be good to get the update.
Yep. It's all.
Thank you so much. You're the best.
Hopefully we get something.
All I did was download the PowerPoint.
They're interesting. This is where the real work happens. Not super vacation, but just not for me.
He hasn't adjusted.
This 640,
So know everything else, I know all the other stuff.
Oh, yeah,
if we do
Yeah.
just not what they asked for, because that's what he put in the budget.
Yeah.
But you take away what they asked for and take away the 8,400. That's the savings right there. That's on 150. You would think that matched up.
I haven't heard that.
I would assume the baby's born.
So the baby's born. Yeah. You mean back to the hospital?
Isn't his wife not?
She works out of town. She'll be here for maternity leave. I was-
No.
Oh, that's shit, Helen.
Really?
Which I was kind of sad about. Like, first.
Can we log in?
I doubt it.
Okay. Right.
If you give me permission,
All
I'll
budget.
do it.
Because COVID killed the budget.
Normally I don't touch it.
No, I didn't know if she'd already set us up so we can log in.
Scapegoat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The computer appears to be asleep, so.
Okay.
Like anybody who comes in is gonna make it any better.
Hospitals across the nation. No. Because they weren't getting there. They weren't getting surgeries. They weren't getting stuff that makes them money.
I would think the government would
Assist.
yeah. some kind of assistance for that.
It's so weird what they threw money on and what they didn't.
Yeah. It's like that doesn't make any
They threw
sense.
money on such weird stuff.
Higher.
We had like 6 different extra budgets. And it.
No, I appreciate it.
And it was to do a lot of things.
Well, thank you.
We did a lot of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Coming up. All right.
I don't think movement stuff is gonna
It's
do
not
it.
gonna,
Actually gonna
So, Wendy,
the opposite. of
Exactly.
I prepared a phone
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's totally different than the rest.
So, X-rays are gonna have to cause too much allergy.
And nobody responds.
Because then they're saying, hey, you put on that, and stop it. Because sometimes it doesn't start automatically.
So they come out to me.
Okay,
Add this to your budget to help you.
I just do that, but.
Hire people, yes.
We have that much
Yes.
money.
Not just that you have some
We have,
travel nurses and some of them you get rid of.
well, we had,
People off to like some-
no, well,
No, I mean,
we never were allowed to hire travel.
unless our revenues
could
are
hire,
not gonna continue to
temporary
match.
contract
That's the reason
workers.
why.
Well, what I think is gonna happen,
And we did, we hired some contractors,
so we're gonna be on list somewhere.
but we only have one left because that budget's almost. So it's hard, it's really hard to do that. And then be like,
What he said was
Well, but whatever it amounts to, it's This is in the negative right now.
There is no good
But this is in the negative because
So they should be all set up in here.
it's not, we
Getting
have
rid of
budget overage
Now,
and
we would get rid of them because they haven't such a hard
And
time.
then,
between the two of
you
them.
had your agenda and then the other.
This is our overage right here.
Yeah, they're under here.
This is our
I saw that.
Okay.
So we're under.
Thanks, Lynn. And I prepared
But if that $200,000 was fed down to the two last months, because this only shows the general.
Yes.
And then it shows it doesn't. If that feeds down through that, to me, it's 208 or 200. That's what everything's doing. He's everything that's in the office, all that sort of thing. And so that.
Just so we're not
is
missing
trying to get us.
I just want to tap it.
You don't have the benefits.
Yeah.
What you're saying is.
Just what I thought.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, inflation is gonna guarantee that.
Hey, if you know where if you see Myra, send her up here, would you? I'm having a bit of a struggle.
So, we did not cover the, nonprofits. Because you had changes you wanted, and
Yeah.
we don't know what they are.
Okay.
Okay. That's okay, I'm just letting you know, you didn't do that.
Well, it says
And then there's,
that I've. Oh, maybe this is the problem. Maybe I haven't done up to his.
It's not even able to join the meeting just yet.
my educational assistant has to go through her,
And if I put them all out,
and she has no idea how to do it, so that's why I was wondering.
This is what had me going, but
Well, my brother's.
unauthorized access. Get this shut down.
This chair does not just start.
And this, right?
Yes.
Did Steve take my place?
No, he's not showing any on his bottom.
Do you want my chair?
Kickstarter?
But instead,
No, it's Kickstarter.
whoever has hired.
We know how that works backwards. We use it.
Because they pay for them.
when did you change? Recently or like a week ago? Since the last meeting? Try the one that's this one. I don't love the.
Bitsy, what is it? I've got two of them.
Yeah.
Can we sign in, Lynn?
No,
Can we sign in?
not yet.
No, I'm waiting for the computer to come on, sorry.
And lives here.
Now, what's this?
He brought like a whole entire, and
We are.
When I'm hungry, I'm hungry. You don't get this fat by this.
I tried that, but
Oh,
I share.
maybe you have to come every
did, I
time
just-
you're on the guest and agree to it.
I don't think anybody understands that you brought like a.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was thinking we're on that.
Menu.
And then
Yeah.
put this back, but it's going to be to the.
Okay.
So I'll just.
Myra's like, should we hand those out to everybody? No.
It's sitting here making sure.
Let's see,
But
so,
only of those.
This person wants this person done.
Good.
That doesn't happen.
Where's my mouse?
It was on the floor for a second and I put it there. Where are we at?
Waiting on Lynn.
No, I'm just for my own like notes.
what now?
Sometimes you gotta touch the stuff.
We're live.
Okay.
Okay, so it is all set now.
Refresh. You have a little circle.
Everybody must be ready but me. Are you ready, Lynn?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I will call this meeting to order. It is 7:32. Please join for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call, please.
Mayor Terry Wyckoff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Zeiner,
Here.
Councilmember Daryl Gardner, Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Seelaw,
Here.
Councilmember Jacqueline Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda, well, let me just say congratulations, Daryl Garner and that family for new baby girl. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Councilman Wells.
I make a motion to approve the May 16, 2023 City Council agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the May 16, 2023 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
It won't let me sign in, so yay.
Okay, online voting is open. Thank you, Councilman Lumen.
Did you refresh it?
Mm-hmm.
I was
Numerous times.
I want you to play.
Are you connected to the internet?
All right, online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Do you need some time?
We don't know what's going on with it. I tried it even.
You can't log in to Board Docs itself, is that?
She
Well, later.
it won't, like, it'll say, it won't let her join the meeting is what the problem is. Try that again, I
We just
guess.
have to close it and retry
Oh,
it.
there you
Yeah,
go.
try
You
that
didn't get
again,
that.
Tony.
Did you get it in?
Well, we're gonna try this. We'll see.
You're on standby, Myra. All right.
All right, let's see if this works. Hopefully. We'll see.
Oh, yay.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
All right, great, thanks.
All right, next thing on our agenda is minutes of April 27th. Councilman Weisenberg.
I'd move to approve the May 16th, 2023 consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to accept the consent agenda as presented. Is there any discussion?
Do we need to, if I wasn't here on May 2nd, do we need to pull that to the regular?
Yes.
Can I?
Item
ask for
B.
A friendly amendment?
I'd accept that friendly amendment, I guess, and
Okay, so-
remove item 4B.
Okay, so hold on one moment, I have to go in a different way.
Who seconded that?
Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
I'll just have to be moved to new business, right?
so you'll need to refresh, because I moved the May 2nd out of the agenda, moved it down to new business, okay?
Thank you, Lynn.
You're very welcome.
Let's see.
So, the consent agenda has the minutes of April 27th, the special council meeting, payroll for April 23rd through May 6th, accounts payable for a period of April 21st through May 3rd, and then approving of the consent agenda.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so.
So open online voting when you're ready.
Who did first? Okay, online voting is open. Thank you for bearing with me. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is public comment. This is a citizens' participation. This is a time that has been set aside by resolution number 2C-96. There's a 5-minute time limit for anybody from the public that would like to address the council on anything that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that? Yes, ma'am. Just come up front and tell us your name
I'm
and
gonna try to not to cough, I'm sorry. Okay, my name's Tammy Rodriguez.
Excuse me, you need to sign in on the sheet there.
I need to sign in.
yes,
Okay,
just so we can keep accurate records, Tammy.
Thank you.
yeah, you bet. Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm here is because I read an article that Bigfoot put out on May 8th. The article states Rawlins pretreatment plant has been used only a few weeks of testing since it's been built, but for the most part of the last 23 years it has been abandoned. You have 3 men who gave up 5 months of their lives, worked 150 days without a day off, running the pretreatment plant. One had a daughter surviving on oxygen at the same time, and you now claim they were never there. Just a few things over the last couple years. 2016, they installed a turbidity unit, installed a shower. It's a 2-part system with a shower on top and eye wash station underneath. Ran an acid line and tank so the pH level could be better. In 2017, they passed inspections. August 2018, City Council approved a resolution authorizing the amendment of the budget. Whereas the city as of August 1st, 2018, and after monitoring water usage for the summer of 2018, believes that the use of the water pretreatment plant will be necessary during the remainder of the summer. Thus, an appropriation is necessary to manage these expenses at this time. Also in 2018, testing came back good from EPA. They claimed they were 10 times better than expected. The ClearLogic system was installed to automatically adjust the chemical dosages. Timberline was paid $4,700 for SCADA time used, and a pilot study was run on all new additions. They cleaned out the alum and replaced it with new. Acme Electric updated any wiring needed. Engineering Associates helped with the pilot startup and the EPA study. It's no secret that the city was, at least at the time, a hostile and abusive work environment for some. March 2016, Danny was suspended without pay from the 29th to the 31st because another employee left an interior door unlocked at the water building. The suspension reads, I expect that you will in the future take the security of city property seriously. March 2017, Danny had a meeting, so he changed his lunch hour. His written reprimand says, on March 30th from 10 a.m. to 10:47 a.m., at which time you left in your personal vehicle for lunch, it is not fair to your coworkers or to the city of Rawlins. August 2017, written reprimand for delay in processing invoices. 3 invoices for material picked up by other employees, not himself, and equaling less than $100, had to have a second copy requested. And the notice of reprimand says any further issues may result in a loss of your ability to make purchases without going through a supervisor. September 2019, Danny got 2 days off without pay because another employee took a boat to the job site on their day off, was excited they were a good shot and wanted to show Danny. The write-up says contemplating termination. Leroy refused to sign off on terminating Danny, but a week after he retired, this email was sent to City Manager Sean. It says, I would say the overall issue is Danny is being a friend. He used vacation time to go trick-or-treating with another employee's kid. He was seen having lunch at Cappy's. He took an hour vacation to go to City Market and buy lunch for staff, and my favorite, was spotted on the security camera riding his bike to work. More write-ups over the next 2 weeks, but by the end of the month he was gone. During his hearing, he explained to Sean the most recent things he had been accused of, which was clearing an alarm on his phone, which was impossible and never happened. He also mentioned that none of the other employees had been trained on the pretreatment plant and there wasn't enough water that winter to not need it that year. Copy of the audio has been sent to the City Council. When we ran out of water in 2022, a message was sent to Sean and City Council members that Danny was willing and able to turn on the pretreatment plant if he could have permission to do so. Instead, the city chose to go without and hire someone to redesign the will and pay what may be well over $1 million to do so. You had somebody with a college degree, a level 4 certification from the state, who worked at the water plant 23 years, has logged over 1,500 hours at the pretreatment plant, and you refused to ask him any questions or to even listen to what he had to say. Instead, you claimed those with less experience knew more, and that moisture used to just fall where it was needed. A lot of the failing infrastructure is like driving an old pickup. Each one is individual. It has its own quirks. If you're the one around, you know when to check the oil, what sounds and vibrations mean. And if you've never been around that pickup, you may very well hop in it, seize it on the first day, then claim the previous owner didn't know what they were doing. The truth does not hurt you, but the lies trying to cover up what was really going on are costing this community a lot of money and heartache. People are turning on each other. They're angry and frustrated. What you've put them through is not fair. You may not want to have anything to do with Danny, and that's fine. He was a supervisor written up for being friendly and riding his bike to work. But stop blaming all of your mistakes on him. Stop claiming nothing ever ran or was done while he was there, because it simply isn't true, and it's causing more harm than good. Thank you.
Tammy,
Yes.
can I have you leave a copy of that or give a copy
Absolutely.
of that to our city clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that you? Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak about anything that is not on the agenda? All right, we will move on to the next item, which is a proclamation, and it is City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation, Public Works and Community Development Week, May 21st through the 27th of 2023, connecting the world. Whereas landfill and recycling, streets, shops and facilities, utilities, and water treatment professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustain and resiliate communities and to the public health, high quality of life and well-being of the people of Rawlins, Wyoming, and whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals at all levels of government, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Rawlins, Wyoming to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of these programs and in their respective communities. And whereas the employees of Public Works and Community Development annually host a food drive to benefit St. Vincent de Paul, scheduled for May 22nd through the 26th, 2023. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and Be It Now. Therefore, I, Terry L. Wycombe, Mayor of City of Rawlins, do hereby designate the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023 as Public Works and Community Development Week. I urge all citizens to pay tribute to our employees and to recognize the substantial contributions these employees make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. In witness hereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of Rawlins, Wyoming to be affixed this 16th day of May 2023. The next thing on our agenda is another proclamation, and this proclamation is from the City of Rawlins, of course. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for planting of trees. Whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance economic viability of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of City of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the 2nd of June 2023 as Arbor Day in the City of Rawlins, and I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And therefore, I urge all citizens to participate in our local Arbor Day celebration event at the Rawlins Family Recreation Center on Friday, June 2nd and Saturday, June 3rd, 2023. In witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the official seal of City of Rawlins, Wyoming to be affixed this 16th day of May 2023. And I will turn the floor over to you, Jason.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Just a little bit of additional information. I'm very excited about this event this year. Our Park Superintendent, Tyrell Perry, working with a bunch of different groups and organizations and individuals, I believe have really stepped up their game for the Arbor Day celebration this year. We've moved the location to accommodate more participants, and we've added some classes and some other educational sessions. So this year it's June 2nd and 3rd. So Friday, June 2nd, we'll have tree sales, and the basic idea is we have a bunch of trees that'll be for sale at cost to the city. We will also have some saplings that are free and some other type of plants that are free. Friday at 1 p.m. they will begin a geodesic dome build at our urban orchard near Key Club Park. And then Saturday, June 3rd, we'll do continued tree sales at the Recreation Center this year. And they will continue the geodesic dome build from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This year, one other thing that's new is we have 2 tracks of classes for individuals to take up at the higher education location. And so track 1 is basically all things trees. And so there's a bunch of different, on this flyer I passed out, I won't get into it, but there's a bunch of different sessions and topics and different speakers that are coming from around the state. And then the track 2 is all things landscaping. And you'll see there's different topics there as well as individuals that are going to come speak on those topics. There's also going to be food trucks at the recreation center. We're going to have some activities for kids to do to enjoy while the parents are out either taking educational sessions or searching for trees. So it's going to be a great event this year. We're looking forward to it. I want to thank again Tyrell Perry and University Extension Office, who's put a lot of work into this, and I hope to see everybody there. One final thing is this is one of the requirements for us to recertify as Tree City USA, which is exciting. I wish I knew exactly. I want to say this is our 27th year, with give or take a year. So that's kind of a big deal also for this city of Rawlins. So we hope to see you all out there. Thank you very much for your time.
Sounds fun. Thank you. All right. The next thing on our agenda is, I buried it here, another proclamation. And this was an idea of Councilman Weisenberg's, and we started it kind of something like this, and then we kind of let up. But Councilman Weisenberg would like to make this a yearly thing, just because we know the kids are going to graduate every year, and it's quite a milestone for those kids. And I'm taking words out of your mouth, but I'm just repeating why Chris is so passionate about this. And so therefore, City of Rawlins Proclamation celebrating the graduating class of 2023. Whereas recognizing the graduating class of 2023 for their hard work in earning their diplomas. And whereas the community applauds the perseverance and efforts of all the students achieving their goals, and recognize students' personal pride in graduation. And whereas our graduates will be the backbone of Wyoming 21st century workforce and the future leaders of this state. And whereas it is important that graduates know that all their family and friends recognize their accomplishments and are proud of their successes and look forward to the next academic or professional steps. Whereas the community owes thanks to all the teachers and education professionals who have worked to open the student's mind to ideas, knowledge, and dreams. And whereas the graduating class will be the role models, motivators, and mentors for future classes. And therefore, City Council members of Rawlins, Wyoming, do by here congratulate the class of 2023 graduating class. In witness thereof, I, Mayor Terry L. Wycombe, Mayor Terry L. Wycombe, have here to set my hand and cause the official seal of the City of Rawlins to be affixed this 16th day of May 2023. And Travis, would you like to come up and for those that don't know, Travis is been an educator how long, Dr. Moore?
27 and a half years.
27 and a half years. Thank you. Please go ahead.
You bet. Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, I come bearing gratitude on behalf of Superintendent Hamill, Mrs. Garner, the principal, and other administration at Rawlins High School and from Victory High School, the staff and students for the recognition. But I'd also like to add the support of the council is the visible piece that we see. The support of the people of Rawlins, of our young people, is phenomenal and should not be passed off when looking at the achievements of some of these young folks. It takes a village to do all these types of things. I'm not taking anything away from their achievements, because my goodness, they have quite a bit. Most of them are at awards night this evening in Rawlins, receiving awards and scholarships and all that kind of cool stuff. That's where the principal and the superintendent are, handing out all the hardware and packets of information and probably money, for those types of things. But, it really does take a lot of support and a lot of effort by all the people around here. And we think about that at graduation, but it's year in, year out, week in, week out. The sports programs that are offered, the community support, and the systems that have been put in place in our small community have really helped our young people to shine. And thank you very much for your efforts here today.
And thank you for being the teacher you are and the administrator you are and teaching our kids.
You bet. And I want to remind everybody, graduation for Victory High School. We're going to have a joint ceremony a little bit with Carbon County Higher Education Center tomorrow night at the Jeffrey Center at 7 o'clock. Graduation for Rawlins High School will be Saturday or Sunday night at 6. The school board will be in bags before that with our sister school down in the Snake River. I think their graduation is that afternoon. So they're going to be busy running around handing out all kinds of diplomas and stuff. It's really fun to see.
Yeah, and it's fun for the kids because that's it.
Yeah, right? Right?
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Well, for now. For now.
Yeah, now they're buying the same little tail that I bought when I was a kid. I couldn't wait to grow up, and now I really don't like adulting. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I was sold a bill of goods.
Yeah, it's not as good to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. The next thing on our agenda is, I don't know why I'm not using my mouse. We have a resignation from Board of Adjustments. Councilman Wells.
I move to accept Anna Roth-Lutner's resignation from the Board of Adjustments and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, effective immediately, and direct staff to advertise the vacancy.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to accept Anna Roth-Lutner's resignation from the Board of Adjustments and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, effective immediately, and direct staff to advertise the vacancy. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on the agenda is a response to a citizen's request, and I've prepared the best I could, a flash drive, and so whenever you're ready to start it, that would be good.
For public comment, it's limited to 10 minutes. I just thought I'd throw that out there. First big issue that I have, I would like to know when this governing body is going to issue a formal apology to Councilperson Lumen. If you recall, she was not allowed to take her oath of office after she was elected to that position. This governing body, the city, allow her to take that oath of office. There was a lot of false information that was put out there. Yes, she did take a donation, but she promptly gave that donation back. And this group attempted to threaten her with legal action for perjury. Yet the Secretary of State's office and the county found no criminal intent, no criminal wrongdoing, and yet still attempted to keep her from taking her seat. The mayor has stated on more than one occasion, we do have term limits every 2 and 4 years. Well, the people spoke, and you attempted to prevent her from taking her oath of office. Second, I have.
I'm Tanya Lumen. First, I would like to deeply thank all those who voted against me, or for me. Second, I want to apologize. Do you realize I'm very new to this election process? For the election, I only took one donation. In the last month of the election, Rose Kane offered to help. She said to go by the office, Dirty Boys, and pick up a check. I went by the office where I was handed a check that I believed to be a personal check, signed the back, deposited in my account. I was mistakenly handed the wrong check. On the sheet regarding donations, I put where I went to, Dirty Boys, to get the check. My opponent's daughter requested an investigation.
Unknown to me, the check was from Dirty Boys Corporation and not Rose Kane's personal account. When I discovered this mistake, I returned the entire amount. I should have paid more attention to the account the check was from. Even though this was a very human mistake, the law is not merciful nor caring, and many laws are in place to keep ordinary people from holding any office in government. I'm a single woman of modest means and cannot afford a lawyer to determine what the word knowingly means. It appears this process will take months before a conclusion is reached. A city lawyer and judge called me on Friday, stated that until this matter is settled, I cannot say the oath of office nor be on the council. The city lawyer then sent me an email this morning defining perjury and saying it was up to me whether or not I take the oath. Now, if you're a lawyer, you know this is a way to say that if you take the oath and are charged by your opponent with perjury, we are not in any way responsible. Others may have lawyers in their back pocket. I do not. The council can then put my opponent, who the people overwhelmingly voted against, back in office. I wanted to be on the council because the people in Rawlins, especially those who work for the city, are friendly, hopeful, determined, generous, full of grit and grace. City workers deserve to be spoken to with threat. The city deserves water, safe roads, trash removal, and an ethics policy. But this has given me the opportunity to look at the council. The majority do not represent Rawlins. They're depressed, rude, bitter, angry, discouraged, destroyed, and exhausted. And sitting on the council changes people, mostly for the worst. Perhaps God has a different direction. A note on Facebook. For those who support me, do not bother to defend against slanderous or conspiracy theories or things people will say. This was my mistake, and I am sure that all those who call me names have never made a mistake in all their life, bless their hearts. Besides, there are other items to discuss, like trash pickup, snow removal, the mayor being voted back into his position, my opponent being back into hers. However, or we could use Facebook to talk about all the wonderful people who have been getting people out of the snow and shoveling their driveways and shoveling their walks. The trash people who are going to walk through 2 feet of snow to get your trash in the alleyways. The great stores we have here, Windswept Goods and Geekish Things, and the amazing number of volunteers that do great work in the city. Again, thank you so much for your votes, and I apologize for my ignorance and for letting you down. But as they
Close enough.
So this slide now, slide 3.
Second point that I have, another formal apology, in my opinion, needs to be directed to Rose Kane and Dirty Boys Sanitation. The better part of 3 months. Second point that I have, another formal apology, in my opinion, needs to be directed to Rose Kane and Dirty Boys Sanitation. The better part of 3 months, members of this governing body inherited a false narrative that Dirty Boys Sanitation owed the city of Rawlins $160,000. After numerous records,
Yes. Because I feel like it could be
You
completely
need to
off.
go back on that one. The gentleman had his hand up. Oh, no, you don't. Sorry.
Vice Chair. Well, let me ask one thing of you. Is say you put this off, and I continue to pay my bill, and you let...
Yes. Because I feel like it's somewhere in between that, but I could be completely off.
The gentleman had his hand up.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Chair. Well, let me ask one thing of you, is say you put this off, and I continue to pay my bill, and you let dirty boys, work out this thing. Am I gonna get back the last 3 months that I've been paying that she hasn't?
Absolutely.
That's fair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can tell I played a part in this.
I feel like
Making-
it's somewhere in between that, but I could be completely off.
The gentleman had his hand up.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Chair. Well, let me ask one thing of you, is say you put this off, and I continue to pay my bill, and you let dirty boys, work out this thing.
Yes.
For 2 weeks.
With the fees they charge me, I'm happy with.
Asking for not revoke the license.
Yes. I feel like it's somewhere in between that, but I could be completely off.
The gentleman had his hand up.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Chair. Well, let me ask one thing of you, is say you put this off, and I continue to pay my bill, and you let dirty boys, work out this thing. Am I gonna get back the last 3 months that I've been paying that she hasn't?
Absolutely.
That's fair.
Do you plan to take your trash?
It's always, if you go a different direction, maybe I do. I mean, I'm a businessman too, and there's a good possibility that you change the rules, I may have to adapt. But I'm asking you, you change the rules now, after the fact. Am I gonna be reimbursed for the last 3 months when I have brought my trash,
Yeah.
as you guys have dictated, and she has, and Dirty Boys has not?
I would obviously be open to whatever fairness this came out with.
That's about $160,000 you owed me.
Councilman Durst.
I'm not, no, I have an awkward question and I don't know if.
To explain what that last clip was about, was, it was said that, we had parroted the number 160,000, and I just wanted to play that clip to let everybody see where that number came from, not us. This is the clip before that. It is the ordinance that deals with flow control. The way that our town pays for our landfill is through tipping fees. And that's, those are guaranteed by an ordinance called flow control, that all trash in Rawlins has to go to the landfill, and that's what finances the landfill. This slide is, there was a question about who owes who an apology. This slide is a copy of the notice of violation to Dirty Boys, stating that it was obvious that they quit complying with the ordinance because there was 1 month that they brought $500 worth of trash when their average was $20,000 a month. So this was the letter that was written to Dirty Boys, telling them they are in violation of that ordinance. And these are all available to you if you want them. They're easy to find. Now, this letter is from Dirty Boys back to the city at that time. And I'll just read it. Garbage, trash, or solid waste has been transformed from a public problem or to property that is valuable resource that can be treated as a commodity. A commodity is an intangible item that may be bought or sold, something produced for commerce. Commodities are delined as marketable goods or wares, such as raw or partially processed materials. The product, waste we pick up from our customers in Rawlins, is treated as a commodity by my company and is taken to the Front Range landfill. The Front Range landfill is a modern municipal solid waste landfill in Erie, Colorado that uses solid waste to capture landfill gas as a safe and renewable energy service. So as you can tell, we issued a letter saying you're out of compliance. We get this letter back saying we know it and we're not going to do anything about it. We were left with no choice. Can you go to the next slide? And then this is the notice of hearing for that, for consideration. And then if you could just go to the next one where it has the graphs.
Oh.
I think it's towards the bottom. It's below these, I believe. And as you can see, the orange line is from Wyoming Waste. And you can see that it goes up and down, and that's their monthly payments. But you can also notice the blue line is Dirty Boys, and what made us aware of the problem was that in October of 22, where the average was $22,000 a month, went to $500. Anyway, that's the reason for those notices of non-compliance. And this is shows just exactly what I was saying. Okay, thank you. Can you go to the next?
It's a little more serious.
Yeah, this one.
A lot more serious. I'm going to give this each member of this council. I'm going to direct this specifically to you, Mr. Weisenberg, but I'd like you to look at me when I'm talking to you. You have 30 seconds. Now I'll do my thing in 30 seconds. You have a problem with somebody, an editorial on social media. I gave you and the mayor my personal phone number if you had issue with me. Do not ever make idle threats against me or another member of this community. Have the guts to look me in the eye and face me. That's all I needed.
I'd like to request 5 more minutes. Okay.
I would.
You have to vote.
That a motion?
Make a motion to give Patrick plus 5.
It crashed. You mean to go to the website to make it work?
No, I think we're good. What was being referred to as serious, a whole lot more serious, is this sheriff's report from, let's see, when was it done? 11/17 of 2022. And on the front, and all of you council got this, and anybody else who wants a copy, it's in public records, you can have it. The investigation on the very front page says unfounded. And what this was one of our employees stated that they heard a conversation between myself and Councilman Weisenberg, which both of us have talked, neither one of us remember anything about that conversation, about something like, what are we gonna do with Patrick Gonzalez? So that employee, and it states in here, jokingly, told the prior city manager that we were, what he had heard. And the city manager took that as that we were plotting an assassination or something, and felt that the responsible thing to do would be to give it to Councilman Garner. And it says that in here. And then Councilman Garner gave that information to his mother, who gave it to Patrick, who took it to the sheriff, and they did a big investigation as to whether Chris and I were plotting something pretty bad. We'd be accused of something pretty darn bad. And let me point out, the front page of it says unfounded. So that important, very, very important thing, unfounded. All right, any questions before I move on? Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is, let's see, city council reports and Board of Adjustments. Councilman Seeloff.
Yes, we had our meeting the other day with the planning, zoning, and everything went great on chapter 19 was what was discussed in it. It should be coming to council here directly to be voted on. It passed it. Excellent, ready to come to the council. So
Very little cleanup.
very, very little. Everything looks good. So
Exciting.
we should be seeing it anytime.
Cool. Thank you. Next one is Carbon County Council of Governments, and we have a meeting tomorrow night at Encampment, and I will report about that at the next meeting. And then the next item is a report from Vice Mayor Sanger on DDA Main Street.
This one's going to be simple. We're getting ready for summertime, and the guests that will be coming into the downtown area, we have a couple of events that are large coming here. And then we also have Super Saturday Cleanup, which is June 10th between 9 and 11:30. You're all invited if you want to go. Help us clean up. That'll be fun.
And if you don't, you're still invited.
Yeah, you are still invited. And that's all we really have. So.
Oh, that was short. Thank you. Next thing is Rawlins Planning Commission. Councilman Weisenberg.
I'll just piggyback off of Councilman Seeloff. I missed the meeting actually due to conflicting work schedules, so it was a joint meeting. I look forward to getting this to council as soon as we can.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. A lot of work. Thank you, guys. Next thing on the agenda is the Urban Systems Committee. Councilman Garner's on that. I don't believe they had a meeting. And then the next thing is an update about the Transwest Express project and the Sierra Madre Wind Energy project. And I will turn the floor over to you, Kara, and whoever you want to bring up there.
Do I need to sign in?
No, I can't, no.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to, Mr. Mayor and Council, to give you an update about our projects. To be clear, Myra, are you going to do the
I have to do it, so you just yell.
clicker for me? So I really appreciate Myra and the clerk for setting me up and putting this on the agenda. I'm here with my colleague Keenan Harold. He's our new Director of Engineering for the Transwest Express Transmission Project. So he's new to the company and new to visiting Rawlins, so I thought this was a great meeting for him to join me at, and especially because we've made a lot of progress on the transmission project in particular. So for those of you who are new, I work for Power Company Wyoming, which is developing the wind farm south of Rawlins. Transwest Express LLC is developing the Transwest Express Transmission Project. And I think you all have the PowerPoint in your packet, and I'll ask Myra to turn to the first slide. So I thought I would just kind of talk a little bit about an overview of each project, where we're at, and then some other kind of fun facts about our projects for the council. And Mayor Wycombe, I get excited talking about these projects, so if I'm going too long, just cut me off.
I like them too.
Okay. Well, thank you. As I mentioned, the first project that we're working on is the Transwest Express Transmission Project. And what we're doing as a company is really unusual for Wyoming and really in the entire United States. So what we're doing is trying to develop a whole new market for Wyoming electricity resources. Connect those resources to a market that is not buying electricity from Wyoming today, and also develop a cost-competitive electricity source or power plant that that market will buy. So, long story short, our business is very different from a lot of the other wind projects that you see in Wyoming and really around the country in terms of how we're trying to make this a really entrepreneurial opportunity for Wyoming. And certainly for Carbon County, the trailblazing county that's first and looking west in a whole lot of ways. So I think we really align well with that trailblazing history of the county. So Transwest is the largest new power line to be built in the West in decades. It's 732 miles. About 93 of those miles are here in Wyoming, starting just south of here, south of Sinclair on the Overland Trail Ranch. We've made a lot of progress since I've last had the opportunity to update the city council, and this was really a well-timed presentation. So since I last, I think, spoke to the council maybe a couple years ago, we had a big EIS, or environmental impact statement process, because 2/3 of the route is on federal land. After that, then we started the process of acquiring the rights on the, in the west is the checkerboard, the interspersed state land and private land. And last year, we were able to acquire all of the private land across the route. So we now have 100% of the entire linear right-of-way from Wyoming to Utah and into Nevada. So that's a really big deal. You can't start construction on something if you don't have linear infrastructure, if you can't make it end to end. And that was also a really important condition of the BLM in terms of the step I'll talk about next. But essentially, it's a high voltage direct current line from Wyoming to central Utah, where there is already a big AC/DC converter station there at the Intermountain Power Station. So we'll have 3,000 megawatts of capacity, like a pipeline. It's an electricity pipeline from Wyoming to Utah. And from there, it will be 1,500 megawatts of capacity down into Nevada, where then that power can be sold directly into markets of California, Arizona, Nevada. Again, these are markets that are not directly buying power from Wyoming today. So we hope to have the line energized in late 2027. That's our plan. That's what we're working toward. And again, the point of this is not kind of the retail-oriented transmission. This is like the interstate highway. This is bulk transmission. So not only will it facilitate the delivery of renewable energy, but it's really important to all of us that are connected in the West, from basically the Nebraska border to California, Canada to Mexico. We're all connected in one big grid, and so it's really important for increasing the reliability and resilience of the entire grid. Next slide, Myra. So our very exciting news. And I really appreciate how, Mayor Wycombe was the Carbon County Commission Chair, I think, when I first started. I've been working on this project 14 years. And through the EIS process, through the siting, and on April 10th, which was announced April 11th, we got the notice to proceed to construction from the Bureau of Land Management. And that's such a huge milestone. So I think in all of these years we've been coming and had the opportunity to talk to the Rawlins City Council or Saratoga or the Carbon County Commission, there's always these questions, okay, you have the draft EIS, can you start construction? No, it's the final EIS is next. And then we have the final EIS, can you start? No, it's the record of decision. So this is it, this is the thing that we need, the final federal authorization that's needed. So to get the NTP, we've been working for the past 5 years on meeting, once you get the right-of-way grant from the Bureau of Land Management, it's not like they just hand you this piece of paper. There are hundreds, right, Keenan, of requirements that have to be met before that notice to proceed will be issued. One of them being getting all of the state permits, all of the county permits, all of the right-of-way all along the route. So we're very excited to have reached that point. We're in the process of finalizing an announcement about our construction contractors. So in December, we announced that Siemens Energy would be the supplier for the HVDC technology and terminals. That's what will be built here in Carbon County as well as in Utah. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to announce who the line and station contractor will be. So we don't have an exact date, but we are planning to start construction by the end of the year. Certainly, I will
be happy to keep the city updated, but also, as you know or may recall, through the industrial siting permit process, we also have to provide a formal notice to the state as to when we will begin construction. That formal notification is shared with all of the parties to the ISC permit. So that's a quick overview of Transwest, and then I'll move on to Choke Cherry. Thank you, Myra. So, you know, as I said, we have this market, we have a way to reach the market. This is what the power plant that would be generating electricity to be delivered over the Transwest Express transmission project. So the Choke Cherry and Sierra Madre project has also been in development for 14 plus years. It's on a ranch that is owned and operated by the Overland Trail Cattle Company, an affiliate of Power Company of Wyoming. As you can see, it's in the checkerboard, so the green sections are what are owned in fee by the ranch, but it's run as one integrated cattle and grazing operation. So it also happens to have, as you all know, tremendous wind energy resources in this part of Carbon County. So we started this process in 2008 with the EIS. Skipping way ahead, we were able to start construction in 2016. And what this map shows is essentially the planned locations or the permitted locations for turbines. When we started this project 14 some years ago, at the time it was a really big deal to say we're planning a 3,000 megawatt project and 1,000 turbines. Well, the turbine technology has improved so much over time that we can now achieve over 3,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity and do it with about 600 turbines. So it'll be fewer but more powerful turbines, which is good in terms of reducing impacts on the land, reducing visual impacts, et cetera. So we're continue to be partners with the BLM. Next slide, Myra. And this is just some pictures of the construction work that's been happening out on the site since 2016. So our initial construction has been focused on building, essentially, you know, thinking of it like as the ground up. So we're building across the entire site, the roads that are needed, the access roads that are needed to operate and maintain the wind project at someday. We hope to have the first phase of turbines in service by 2027, with the balance of that in service by 2029. So the picture with the flags is the start. Our other news is we were able to start construction for the 2023 season on May 2nd. It is the latest we have ever started construction, and I sympathize with the snow that you all have suffered through this season, but we had in places, 20-foot high drifts on the ranch. So there are very stringent conditions that the BLM sets in terms of protecting soils. You can't construct when there's certain amounts of frozen soils. You have to be able to move the soil in a way that protects, you want to make sure that you're segregating topsoils and, separating weeds and that sort of thing. So that the soil really has to be in a good place before we start doing active construction. But that work did start on May 2nd and will gradually ramp up over the summer. We're subject to, of course, sage-grouse timing stipulations, so a lot of the work is in, and that's really part of what our engineers do, is make sure that where we have activity planned respects all of the different timing stipulations and wildlife restrictions that we have. So after July 15th, you tend to see a lot more activity on the site. One other thing I'd point out in the green is, and both of those pictures, is we're very proud. This isn't just about construction, it's also about environmental protection and reclamation. So we have a very active, what we call interim reclamation program, and so we have teams of reclamation specialists reseeding the land, putting the erosion control barrier, working very carefully again with the BLM, and restoring native plants and working really hard to make sure that we are restoring that landscape in the ditches after it's been temporarily disturbed to construction in a way that brings it back to match the natural landscape as much as possible. So we have just wonderful PhD ecologists as consultants who are helping us on this work. And so we're really proud of, we've been able to see, baby sagebrush coming back because of the careful handling of the topsoil along the route. So it's not just construction, it's also about environmental compliance. And the BLM does have site monitors out on the site every day that we pay for, but they are there to make sure that we are fully upholding all of the terms and conditions that are set by the BLM. Next slide. So this is just a bit of a fun slide. We really appreciate, again, the support we've had from the City of Rawlins, from Carbon County over the years. And because of the uniqueness and the scale and the size of our project, we're really fortunate to have had a lot of national media attention. Thank you, Mayor Wycombe, for the ways you've hosted reporters over the years. I think everyone is pretty familiar with the front page New York Times story from 2021 that led to, a tweet and an interview from the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, specifically talking about Carbon County. The LA Times has a known across the West energy and environment reporter who came to Rawlins last year, tweeted about it, visited. So, over the years, we've really enjoyed having a lot of guests and people come to visit the site. And my only point here is that also helps drive travel and tourism dollars. So we try to, if someone's going to write about the project, say you have to come to Carbon County, you have to come to Rawlins, you have to come to this community and talk to local people and see it for yourself. Really, again, recognizing that all of that can lead to more hotel room stays, more food purchases, more fuel purchases, and more ultimately revenue for the city of Rawlins. So really appreciate too your proclamation that has been signed for American Clean Power Week. The top image was a tweet that the American Clean Power Association, which has I should have looked it up, but hundreds and thousands of followers, and recognizing the city of Rawlins for your proclamation. So thank you very much for the proclamations and the ways you've supported in a kind of all of the above county. Next slide. This is just some fun facts too about kind of the state of wind energy nationwide. So Wyoming was number 17 at the end of 2019, according to the American Clean Power Association, in the amount of installed wind power capacity. But as you have seen here in Carbon County, Rocky Mountain Power Pacificorp embarked on a big program to invest in their system, their service territory, and built some new wind projects in Carbon County. That helped lift Wyoming to number 14 of all states in installed wind power capacity. And that work that you saw in 2019, 2020 is really, and in Converse County as well, Laramie County also had some new wind projects. That was the first burst of new wind power activity in the state since 2010, essentially, aside from one anomaly project. Next slide. And so Carbon County has really reaped the benefits of that. So the American Clean Power Association also tracks what are the top counties for installed wind power capacity. And this is as of 2022, so this is the latest data. Carbon County is now number 12, Converse County number 9 of all U.S. counties for installed wind power capacity. Now it helps that Carbon County and Converse County are extremely large counties. There's some of those small counties in Iowa who, Iowa is one of the top states, but from a county perspective, but it just gives you a sense of how important Carbon County is becoming, no pun intended, but as a power player. In fact, this is new data from the U.S. Energy Information Association. With TB Flats and Ecola Flats, Carbon County is now home to 2 of Wyoming's 10 largest power plants by capacity. So I had to bring this, I can't read that up on the screen, so I had to, I've been working this project 14 years, so my eyesight has also declined in that time. Sweetwater County has the Jim Bridger Power Plant at 2,119 installed megawatts of capacity. So you think about how Carbon County already has over 1,100 megawatts. You also have, of course, things like Seminole Reservoir, the power that's generated there. But with our project at over 3,000 megawatts of capacity, it will certainly be the largest power plant in Wyoming, not only by capacity, but also by generation. So even though we all know the wind is a variable resource, some might argue it doesn't blow all the time. It actually blows a lot at our site. But even with that, our project is estimated to produce about 12 million megawatt hours of electricity every year. Jim Bridger is about 10.5. So we would still be the largest power plant by the amount of electricity produced and by capacity. So again, Carbon County really, energy county in its history, but it's continuing to be an energy county in these new ways and growing, and you will probably be, depending on what happens with these other counties, the top of the U.S. counties for installed capacity by 2029 as well. So I just thought that was some interesting contextual data to share with you all, and I'm happy to take any questions, and if you have any really hard engineering questions about Transwest, I will defer them to Keenan.
I'm not smart enough to ask ask an engineer questions. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thanks for the dedication, and I'm in oil and gas, so I believe, you know, in energy, like clean energy, and spreading it around also, you know. But thank you for putting forth what you've done for Carbon County. As a resident of Carbon County, it shows. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. I would add that even though our project is not completed, in Wyoming, you do pay property taxes even during construction. So the wind project is already paying property taxes. As the previous list of state-assessed non-mineral taxpayers, we are already like 49th on the list of all state-assessed taxpayers, non-mineral state taxpayers. And we also pay sales taxes, of course, so hotel rooms and all that, but also culverts. We have spent literally millions of dollars on culverts as part of our erosion control plan. All of that sales tax revenue has helped support Carbon County and the Fifth Penny and the Sixth Penny projects, and more to come.
Impact assistance has been huge for us. I mean, I don't know what this town would be like or city would be like without the contributions that we've gotten from your company over the years, the impact assistance and all that. It's just such a huge project that, you know, we're all ready for you to get it done, and so
so are we.
Budget time. It'd be a lot easier if you'd hurry up.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think if I could just say, again, reinforce, we really are unique among projects. This idea of doing wholesale wind power generation to be part of an electrical ecosystem, it's very different from the type of wind farms you see for Rocky Mountain Power Pacific, or designed to serve their service territory, you know, such as Rawlins. So what we're doing is really entrepreneurial, really different, quite unique, again, among all used states. So it's harder, it takes longer, but we're persistent and we persevere, and, you know, believe we will ultimately be successful. So
it's interesting how they market them, because like Rocky Mountain Power, they build a plant, the wind facility, and then they basically the way they get their rate set is by cost plus X, and then they add it to our electric bill. These folks are selling it in a whole completely different way. I mean,
yeah,
it's not part of a utility, it's the open market. So
right.
It's a challenge, and it's interesting to, and your whole company's
where do we plug
amazing.
the extension cords in to run into town?
Speaking of utilities, you are in a Rocky Mountain Power franchise service territory. We are not allowed to sell direct power into the Rocky Mountain Power
we run extension cord in.
franchise service territory. But it's true. It's very different. You know, again, speaking to the Wyoming energy strategy is all of the above. How do we embrace all of these different energy sources and target them to those markets that make sense? We're not saying this is a solution for this part in this way. But certainly, you know, there are those challenges of reaching markets, and the wholesale power market is one where Wyoming is not as strong because of these challenges, distance from the market. So when you look at all of the western states, and North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming is at the bottom of the list for the amount of wholesale power that's produced in the state. But we're aiming with our project to really help grow that for Wyoming, and the amount of electricity that's produced in the whole state. So the whole state of Wyoming only has somewhere north of, it just crossed the barrier of 10,000 megawatts of installed power plant capacity. California has 81,000 megawatts of installed capacity. So if you think of Wyoming as just having 10,000 megawatts of installed nameplate capacity, and we're at 3, we're already going to be increasing the amount of power. And again, that aligns with the state's energy strategy, diversify and expand the Wyoming energy economy, reach to new markets, and that's what we're trying to do.
And you were appointed to a very important board in that arena, and so I'm pointing that out because you're not just a salesman that's coming here to sell us something, but you're actually participating in the structure of Wyoming's how they handle energy. So tell us about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So yes, I have the great honor, since I last spoke to the council, I was appointed by Governor Gordon to serve as on the board of the Wyoming Energy Authority. So the Wyoming Energy Authority is a 7-member board. The members are appointed by the governor, have to be confirmed by the Senate, and the board members represent different areas of energy and can bring different areas of expertise to the board. And again, the energy authority, their statutory mission as set forth by the Wyoming legislature is first and foremost, diversify and expand the Wyoming economy through improvements in electric and energy transmission infrastructure. That's exactly what we're doing. And so we have, by the way, a new executive director coming on board, very talented man, and he'll be on starting May 22nd, and you'll probably see him at some point here in Carbon County. So thanks for recognizing that. It's a great honor to be on that board and help represent the interests, too, of Carbon County.
You're so diverse, the things that you've done and have done since I've met you 14 years ago. It's a long time, huh? I'd have give up, but I'm glad you didn't.
The pioneer spirit keeps us going.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. Anybody else have anything?
Well,
thank you. Appreciate
Thanks
that,
again,
Kara.
and thank you, Myra, and for all that you do and putting us on the agenda. Thank you.
And nice to meet you. Yep.
He's doing this one next time.
Yeah. I'll be a little meaner next time. Well, thank you very much. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is city manager and staff reports. And Tom, I'll turn the floor over to you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council. I have several events that I just want to share with you tonight. First off, the Washington Street underpass will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, May 18th, from 9 to 11:30 a.m. for cleaning of the structure and the storm drains. So motorists planning to use this route are asked to seek alternative route, either over the Jackson 6th Street Bridge or I-80. So that'll be tomorrow. Thursday, May 18th, the police will be having their flag ceremony at 2:30 p.m. with an open house to follow at the Rawlins Police Station, 215 5th Street. Firefighters 5K run obstacle course this Saturday, May 20th. That'll be starting at the fire station number 2 at 9 a.m. They will be using Bolton Depot and Rawlins Springs Parks along with Union Pacific Tunnels. So if you want to run a 5K, that would be the opportunity.
There you go, Bruce.
We'd like to recognize Lynn Shear, our clerk. She has received the WHAM Leadership Training Success Award, and that is a 2-year program offered by WHAM.
That's
So,
awesome.
Congratulations. And just as a reminder, the June's first council meeting will be held on Monday, June 5th, instead of Tuesday, due to the council attending the WHAM convention in Cody, Wyoming. The last thing I'd like to mention is to give an update on our water to everybody, and to let everybody know that after all things being considered, the water restrictions for this summer, we have come to a conclusion as to what we feel needs to be the restrictions. And so these restrictions will begin Monday, May 22nd. We ask until that time that residents please conserve water as best as possible to that time. The restrictions will be that residents will be able to water their lawns 3 times a week. And this will be only on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of each week. And the times will be from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. on those days, and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That is the best news I've heard for a long time.
Yes, and that will be monitored weekly, but we feel like we're in a pretty good place right now, water-wise.
That will make such a huge difference in the way we look.
Yes, it will.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, are you going to send a notification in the utility bill insert for others, because not everybody follows social media, and not everybody goes around the same routes around town to see any kind of board.
We can
Yeah,
do that.
yeah, it's planned for a full page,
Thank you.
as it has been in the past also.
Yep, so we will advertise that as well as we can. Please know that gardens, trees, bushes can be watered using a hose with an automatic shut-off as needed between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And we just ask the residents to please not to waste water. Really watch where you're watering. Make sure it's not running down the street, that there's a broken sprinkler, those things. And we just ask that we really do the best that we can, that we can get through the summer with this. So
That makes me so happy. It does.
It'll make my yard happy.
Yeah, and so just a quick update on our pretreatment plant. We did a wet run on that to where we ran water through the plant, and that went extremely well. Everything worked, and for a while through our spring water, there was a high turbidity in our spring water, and for a while we had to rely on our pretreatment plant for our water, and it came through very well. Right now, we are getting between 2,700 and 2,800 gallons per minute out of the springs. And so we have enough spring water right now to use all 4 of the units at the treatment plant. So we are just on spring water now. The pre-treatment plant is on idle, and we're not using the wells at this time. We're able to just use the spring water. When we did the wet test of the pre-treatment plant, we lowered our tanks down in preparation so that we could use the treated water, the river water down. And after we were successful with that, we are refilling our tanks, and they're at about 75% full right now, and they are filling. We hope to have those pretty well full by the time we allow the watering next Monday. So.
And then, Tom, let's make sure in a week or so would be the right timing to have a meeting with Sinclair.
Correct. I am prepared for that.
Okay. I know they're kind of anxious. And
Yep. We will have that prepared. So
cool.
Just one last item on a personal note. I will be out of the office Friday for a medical appointment again. So.
Well, good luck with that.
So that's my report.
All righty. Thank you. Did you have anything for us, Wendy?
A couple of council members had asked for an update on the tattoo and piercing ordinance.
Yes.
So I have a draft of an ordinance. The stumbling block is that the city does not have its own health department. So it requires an MOU with the county, which means our ordinance has to be agreed upon with the county attorney's office and the county health department. So it's not something that we can just unilaterally do because we don't have the infrastructure to actually inspect and determine whether or not they're doing well.
Sure.
So we have the draft, we are in process with the county, and that is where we are with that.
Good. I know that I got another round of pictures of just scary stuff, and the people that are pushing this have been people I've known for a long time, and they're, I don't have a tattoo, don't intend on getting a tattoo, but if I did, it would be them because they're just so good at what they do, and it when you start doing what they do, you can hurt somebody really bad. So kind of anxious to get that done. Yes, Councilman
I
Wells.
do know on the county end, it's gonna be an issue as well, and the reason is because statutorily, we have no authority over tattoos. So unless our county health officer is willing to help take that on, there might be hangups.
Who is that?
Dr. Abels.
Okay.
So that, I know that, Ashley Mayfield approached me about it this week, and I know from our end that from the public health nursing department, we don't have any authority. But the county health officer could potentially, with a good MOU.
So is there a good solid effort to educate him on what we're wanting and why we're wanting it?
I believe that,
Ashley and I are working together on
Yes.
that. Miss Mayfield Davis and I are working with that. She does all of the civil work for the county attorney, and I have contacted her, and she's the
Yes.
one who contacted health. So in order to move forward with this, we would have to educate Dr. Abels and draft up not only an MOU, but basically a health department policy on how to do it. So we're actually kickstarting a countywide, possibly even statewide effort.
I was gonna say, are there any
There's-
rules anywhere in the whole state?
None.
No, the only places that do have enforcement are the independent counties, and those are like Casper and Cheyenne possibly. I do know they attempted to do this in Sheridan, and it never passed. And so it is a huge undertaking, and I understand the
Did it not
need.
pass because people are afraid to take that responsibility?
Yes,
Okay, that's
Yes.
what I'm getting out of it.
yeah. I mean, it would be a huge responsibility to make sure that these things are done. So it's uncharted territory. I'm not saying it can't be done.
Sure.
I'm
yeah.
just saying that it's a lot bigger than creating an ordinance and,
Yeah,
because basically you have to have some type of enforcement. In
the
place.
authority to do all
And
that.
to be able to
and-
inspect these places. And a lot of these places that we're getting the tattoos, the pictures from, they're not in a nice tattoo shop. They're in a hotel room, and then they move on. So,
That's where I'd get my tattoo.
but
People think
that's what's happening here,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And Wyoming has never been regulation heavy on anything, so.
Sure. Are there regulations in other states that we can learn something from? Colorado or-
Absolutely, but they also have funding behind them.
I see.
So, I mean, asking the county health officer to do this might require some type of funding to help pay for his time,
We should make that happen.
if that makes sense.
If it's the right amount, it might be worth it.
Yeah.
But we'll see how that
Yeah.
lands.
So I
But-
don't know, that, I do know that it's definitely needed.
Yeah. You and I have talked about that.
And once I started looking into it and doing it, I realized how big it is and
Yes.
started reaching up to the rest of the county and state. So maybe we can kick something off statewide, but it is going to take a while and it's going to be big.
Okay. Well, that explains it, and I hope the right people are watching, and if not, I'll reach out to them probably tomorrow and let them know. They're friends, and they keep asking. Councilman Weisenberg?
I was actually gonna ask, can you send a update on the progress to these individuals that's asking for this?
Yes, I will get with Mayor Wycombe tomorrow.
I've got their
to get
email
their
address
email
and stuff.
address.
Yeah, I can send you their
And I
contact.
can CC the council and give them the same update that I just gave the council through email.
I'd
if
appreciate
that's
that.
what you'd like.
Yeah, that, it just puts it out there that it is a work in progress, what extent it's going to, or has to go to and everything else. And then the other thing we just actually mentioned is, what's a business license for this here? Like, that's something we're gonna end up having to do on our end. I mean, what are we requiring of these businesses, or any business at that point in time, you know? So
I will tell you, I will arm wrestle you over the business license thing. I will.
If I'm just, if
I-
we're gonna regulate something of such though,
It's hard, yeah.
you're gonna have to put something in place so you know these individuals are in place.
You can make certain businesses meet certain requirements. That would be the way to do it, but to make all businesses buy business license, been through that about 4 times. And I wasn't sitting here, I was sitting out there. And there's a lot of reasons to do it, and there's a lot better reasons not to do it, and we'll have that discussion, but that's just how I feel.
I think at the end of it, it's a very urgent need. But it's a very complicated thing to do in Wyoming. And so
There's no structure there to back
there's
it up.
absolutely none. And if we really wanted to get into the bigger picture, there is no, except for in a few independent counties, there is no environmental health either. And so the only person that can shut down or condemn a house for health reasons is the county health officer, and it's done very, very rarely. So,
So these are,
so for an example, through the public health department, we get pictures of motels with mold. We get pictures of unsanitary conditions, and we have absolutely zero bed bugs. We have absolutely zero authority to do anything about it.
and it's due to not being home rule pretty much on those aspects of things.
There is nothing Wyoming state legislature wide that gives you any authority over those things.
Well, it's like rentals, same thing.
Yeah,
You know,
rentals the same too.
Same thing, you know, they'll rent a house. When our house burned down, we went and looked at rentals, and, you know, there were wires sticking out of the box where a receptacle used to be a foot off the ground, where they're gonna rent it to people with children, which we didn't have children. We had one boy, but you're not gonna play with that. But anyway, at that time, I mean, there were holes in the walls, and I mean, just unlivable places that they were trying to rent, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway, and there's nobody regulating them.
It's
That's
just
something as a state, I guess we need to, maybe next year on the resolution that goes to WHAM, we might wanna remember today. Okay, so, anything else?
I just want to point out that yesterday you said you were going to get a tattoo, so.
I was.
And I didn't take it as a joke.
I was drinking yesterday. No. I never lie to my wife, so I'm gonna have to go get a tattoo.
You're in trouble now.
Yeah. All right. Is there is no unfinished business. So the next thing on our agenda is the minutes of May 2nd, the regular meeting minutes. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Weisenberg?
I'd move to approve the May 2nd, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes as presented.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting minutes as presented. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I just want to make observation here on the agenda. This is actually at the last of the new business, and we skipped A, B, and C on the items.
Okay.
So,
Well, no, we didn't, did we?
Yeah.
yes, sir. So we just have to go back and cover those. That's why I just want to make that point of observation.
Excuse me, what did I skip?
A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
10, A, B, and C.
Oh, no, I moved it up. Some of you might have refreshed after I done it, because I moved the minutes when I moved them, they moved down to the bottom, then I moved them back up. So some of you might have refreshed on one part.
So refresh.
So we need to refresh again.
Sorry.
There was no announcement of a second refresh here, so.
We're a little lost.
I am so sorry. I was moving them around trying to get them.
You're fine. I just was, I mean.
Yeah, so he had refreshed after I had moved him back up to A, and some of you, it was down under C. That's what happened. I'm sorry.
I thought it was a rare event that I might have made a mistake.
Well, it was on
hadn't either,
how
so
many
I-
people's agenda?
I was confused too.
Mayor, also under reports, number C, direction to city council, to the
Yeah, you didn't do
manager,
the
city
direction.
manager, and city attorney. I know you were covering things, I don't know if there was anything else the council would like to
Oh,
direct.
you're right.
So, would you
You're-
like to do the motion?
Let's go
direction?
back to C, the direction. Is there
We
any
have a motion
direction?
on the
We have the
Wait,
motion on the
Okay,
floor already.
so we're not gonna go back there yet.
We'll go back, but not.
Okay, so there's a motion made and seconded to approve the minutes of May 2nd, 2023, regular council meeting as presented. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Okay, online voting is open. Councilmember Wells, did you want to, you,
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I abstain? I messed up.
that's okay. Thank you.
Lost. I was there too.
All right, so online voting has closed, the motion passes with 5 yeas and 1 abstain. Councilmember Wells abstained.
All right, thank you. And we'll go back up to number 8, item C, which is direction from city council to city manager and city attorney. Is there anything that a city council person might have for that? Okay, so different than Chris.
I didn't point that out.
I'm gonna blame you anyway. You're closest.
I think we pretty well discussed it.
Yeah, okay.
Now he's confused.
Okay, so now we're on new business, and we're on item number B, and that is to a letter for the commercial wind energy project. Jeez Louise. Councilman Wells.
I move to have Mayor Terry Wycombe sign a letter stating the Rawlins City Council has no public comment regarding the conditional use permit Ram Zone request for the Two River Transmission Line project.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to have me sign a letter stating that Rawlins City Council has no public comment regarding the conditional use permit Ram Zone request for the Two River Transmission Line project. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is item C. Councilman Weisenberg.
I'd move to approve the water agreement between the State of Wyoming Department of Transportation, WYDOT, and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, and shall continue until October 1st, 2024.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the water agreement between the State of Wyoming Department of Transportation, WYDOT, and the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, and shall continue until October 1st, 2024. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
The only thing I want to ask is, I remember when this come about the first time when I took office, there was a rate set then. Has that rate increased to maybe fluctuate up? Because I didn't see anything in there of the actual fluctuation of that.
Yes, the rate is the rate in the document is in accordance with our current outside city limits rate.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none.
Sorry. The only other thing, I just want the public to understand and know this is raw water off the off the river, that we're not selling treated water. So there's not an uproar of that. It's raw water off the river that's under a different right.
And it's also, just for educational purposes, it's also one of the few state legislated uses of water that allows cities, municipalities with rights that normally cannot be sold to others, specifically for YDOT, it can be. So any kind of right that is usually restricted to municipal use or something like that is actually mandated in the statutes that it can be used for YDOT projects.
Good to know. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Maybe.
Great.
Online voting is closed and motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the design of a backup generator. Councilman Wells.
I move to approve the design of a backup generator for the pretreatment plant facility no more than $66,000.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the design of the backup generator for the pretreatment plant facility, no more than $66,000. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Voice, is that okay? Yay.
Online voting has closed and motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is an executive session. Councilman Wells, thank you.
I move to go into executive session at 9:08 p.m. per Wyoming Statute 16-405 to consider or receive any information as classified as confidential by law, and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, the dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against the employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 9:08. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. And Darrell, you missed it earlier. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's congratulations or not. He ain't gotten there. He ain't had him long enough.
Everybody's asleep right now, which is nice.
Sam will remain live.
My mom, one time I was talking to her, I'm like, this is kind of blue. Yeah, I never understand what it was.
Some never checked out.
My brother, you can tell when he's low on oxygen, man, I've had to drag him out. Yeah.
I'll give it to you downstairs.
Yeah, he forgave. Yeah. And he gets where he can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I would prefer it being gray.
Yeah, on gold. Gold is it. Good.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear for that budget part of it.
That's all right. I think we can go over it.
I got out of there late.
No, I just, since he's got a new baby, I want to make sure Gardner. Don't leave Gardner.
To see.
I don't want to bring my germs to your baby.
What did I just throw that on?
No,
But-
you can only.
You can skip the one that's to you if you want. That brings you down to 34 instead of 35.
What are the way?
Oh, I can have
12 ounces.
Since he's gonna be sitting here.
Babies were like 9 pounds.
My niece, she's just in the 4-month mark today. And I swear I was just holding her, the same size as Arnie is. And picked her up today and she's sitting up and doing her own thing. I just seen her sit down.
Already that's a nephew, but it's a boy.
Yeah.
Oh, actually.
We built that. Hair longer.
Like no matter what, it's Ari.
Yeah.
Or you can use your 35.
Go on 287 towards Casper and then turn off the line towards, you ever been on that yet? Well, it used to be the Union line out there.
Is it by Jumont and Darrow?
Before that facility, the Monty Mill.
Been relaxed?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna try. Anyway, you done it.
The tournament that we do, no, yeah.
Jerry, me and my friends, yeah. We sold it a while back, but he didn't, keep it locked or something, I don't know, because there's like a nest of great big nests. I don't know if it's an owl or what it is, but we're gonna go, I don't know, we'll try to get back. Then it looks really basic cool.
Those look cool.
Yeah, me and my, Jerry, stuck one with wood and then stuck one with
That's pretty
a small 15-foot one and a 24-foot one. And we go to Arizona, we're actually gonna build one there too. Yeah, I've been there for like 2 years now, so hopefully, so there's supposed to be more people now there, but I really like domes. Well, one big dome, they'll have separate domes and everything else.
This other one
This
is
is different, right? It will.
I'm not here.
It had, we had some this one, and we never got very far because the year after we built it, we're self-employed, and that just.
Oh, no, it's
really out of the water, so.
very hard to
We never did finish. I mean, we finished it that far, we never did finish it. I never lived in it, stayed in there a few times.
How did you cool it?
What?
You didn't cool it.
Oh, we can get that part of it, but I think he was going to just do, solar, mainly. We got that far. We couldn't get water, we drilled 180 feet first, and then 300 feet water, so all water, but that's all right. We did a 500 gallon tank that'll last quite a while, only 2 of us, so it's pretty neat, attached little thing, and it's beautiful, it's 40 acres, we had 40 acres. So it's down the highway, so it's kind of cool.
That is cool.
So that did the exact thing, I said, I just showed Jason that, because I don't know if he just seen that yet, but we had a lot of help there, too. We did our lot, a little help from our friends, the other friends helped us, and my mom and dad helped us, and they were alive, so of course, but it was fun.
I just want to say thank you again.
Oh,
I
thank
didn't realize
you.
they all moved for executive session.
We're gonna have some,
So, but you don't have to.
No.
Yeah, so anyway, thank you, I appreciate it.
No, thank you for coming. That was good.
So, I'm gonna give you this
on both sides.
I mean, the big news being we're starting construction and then the SRT is huge. So we're gonna transfer the first anchors and then we don't know exactly when or where we're gonna construction contract go on, but I'll try to let you know. Outside of the ISC process, but then they have that formal process where they let all the parties know, so.
Yeah.
We might start in Utah,
Oh,
get the
this
official.
way.
We're getting there. Thank you so much again.
If I can find it easily. So my yard does look like in the summertime.
I met you briefly when you were new and you were from Maine, and I had just been to Maine and I had such a wonderful trip to Maine. So, and Portsmouth, and then Wells, Maine. Yeah, we flew in and out of Portsmouth.
That's out of New Hampshire.
Yeah, so we flew, yeah, then we
Last year,
kind
a
of
couple years ago.
Yes.
Yes, never been there. It was stunning. I think I told you, I didn't know Bar Harbor was because there's a sandbar. I'm like, oh, that's good.
They're fine. Island, it's just a bridge over there. But yeah, I thank you for so much. What am I doing? I'm awake, I swear. Oh, so you're done. You only have to do one job today.
Yeah, we're gonna get our town cleaned up for you.
Oh, well. I just wish I had a place to have the party. We can't have it at the ranch.
No, that would be good.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
So thank you, yeah. Thank you for coming.
Well, we'll do it again.
Yeah.
I didn't know the executive session was downstairs. I was thinking
Yes.
I kicked you off.
I think it's easier to be waiting.
Yes, I'm talking to the Herman County Council of Governments tomorrow in encampment, and then leadership comes starting on Thursday morning.
Dance card is full.
It's the same general information, so that makes it sound easier.
Traverse City had that graduation tomorrow night, and I thought, well, that was a meeting, so there really is one.
Yeah, it's just,
A few
I don't know
years
if it's
since I've
Commissioner
been.
Dr. Moore or Dr. Commissioner Moore, he's not at COG, but he's at
That's the one I took that out, looking last one day.
I like the green, it's, and there's a lot of people wear green tonight.
It's on
It's late St. Patrick's Day.
I forgot to wear.
So, thank you, good night.
Love you, thank you.
All right.
Take care, Tara.
I'm gonna leave
Tara.
this here, take care of this.
Wishing you,
Oh, God, didn't we? She's been working on it. I first met her when Terry was a commissioner, because he was the one getting set and all that stuff, and it's actually her and them putting their heads together, got us the impact money and all that, which has saved our butts, I think. Because most people don't have a dog on it. I'm so sad, because I thought, well, if I see you tonight. Should have was done.
tell me about that. Parka?
Yeah, it was fun. This is what Sammy made for Michael's. You didn't buy there at night?
Is it new?
Mm-hmm. Brand new. It's like a month old maybe.
I'll have to watch for it.
Yeah, we've been doing it for a while. It takes a long time, because then Terry, we told him it's not gonna be this year, because Terry's having all these surgeries next year, so I can't do that yet, so. He was very patient and it was fun. My son tells me, I remind him of Jim Benays, Bob's Burgers, the girl on Bob's Burgers, says you act just like her. But I'm gonna have to look at her and see, because I don't know. That was when I was auditioning for a, Little Fortune thing.
Oh, good.
Long time ago, I didn't get on there, but it was fun. And everybody called me back. Oh, darn it. Oh, geez, there's.
Look at that mood.
That pretty. That came, I came over from Casper Day. I turned into, that's at the bottom of the, you know, where we change those stop signs at?
By your house?
Yeah, by your house,
Yeah.
yeah. I was looking at that road that goes up to the, whatever plant that is, I forgot what it's called. That asphalt plant up there.
Asphalt, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
But man, that's quite a picture. I'm gonna take that and everything out really good.
Sure did.
I think I took one right after that. No, that was a different day. I took one on the Verizon too.
How about phone you?
Samsung Galaxy Note 22 Ultra.
Obviously got a good camera.
It really does. A lot of these taken on my other one. I've always had the old. I've always
Where
had
are those
Samsungs.
ones in Sunsets?
Just on going west, you know, where these people have their lot, Mortensen, not these people, Mortensons have that lot right there at the west exit. When you look down towards south side.
Yep.
That's where that's at. I parked over there, I pulled up, and you can tell. You can't tell, isn't that pretty? But wow, that's just amazing. So I tried that way and it didn't work. So I thought, well, I'll go a little bit closer up there and see what I had, but I really take some good pictures. I don't know how. I'm proud of myself for that part, but what was that? That was. Way too much crap on here. I gotta get rid of some of it. Then when you lose your phone, then guess what? You lose everything.
Back it up.
I did back it up. Then these pictures never stay on there. I put them on my drive, my home, because I'm trying to make a album for each of my family members and all my friends, and so if something happens to me, then I'll know where to find them at, or, because right now they're in a 3-shoot laundry thing, and it's just pictures, I gotta scan them all, and when we went to Colorado at Christmas time, my brother-in-law, my sister died last year.
I'm sorry.
Or a year before that, maybe even. So my brother-in-law, thank you, met us in Denver. Too bad, huh? And he gave me all my dad's preacher perfume.
used to be a thing back in the day.
We did, that's what we did all
Have
our
them in the
cameras.
little, in the little carousel.
Yep. And mine's just kind of strips and all that, and I looked online to find one, because I thought, well, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well scan them while I'm at it and put them in my computer.
Yep.
But I may not go that far, I don't know.
There's companies that do it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'd probably have my way out of that. For crying out loud. I got pictures of it. My kids make it something. Everybody had that stupid button. And my pen, I lost my pen, and I've got a thing in here that says, that's when I took it out, so I looked and looked and looked, and never did find it. And I went to buy it, and it was $50 for that stupid side of stuff.
Oh.
Today, when in Casper, we took our son to lunch, and I said, man, I lost my spouse, how did you get one? He said, well, will this fit it? And it does, and it does give me little noises all night, so
Good
it
deal.
worked out really well.
Where'd you guys eat when you were there?
At that, hibachi grill on the East Street Mall, or not, is it East Street? Right there on East Street by Walmart, or
Okay, yeah.
across from Home Depot,
Yeah.
somewhere there.
Yep.
We've eaten there several times. We used to not do that, and then Josh found that place, and he just loved it, so he went there every day, seems like, and then he took us one time, and that's where Terry likes to go every time.
Is it in the mall?
It's in the, like when you come down Mountain Boulevard, turn right there, going into that, you'll see it right there, so it's
The sporting goods store, Dick's?
yeah, that's it. It's right next to that, I think. Make some signs, maybe signs with the fire department and all that, and make some more here pretty soon. Just getting closer here, what is this? No, that's, one of the trees are back,
that's
you
nice.
saw that already, that's not too bad, but a night picture. Sometimes when I look outside, I'll see the moon in there, and I'll think, well, let's see what kind of picture, I get some really cool ones through the trees sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know what that was, but we probably heard Terry telling Jason that I took that class, maybe Abby Perry on container gardens or deer proof, and it worked like a charm.
Look at that.
You know how much I like deer.
Yeah. Your yard's fenced though, isn't it?
It is now, it wasn't then. That's why our dog got killed. Well, it was fenced, we just had a gate on it. We fenced it because we couldn't have a vehicle yard without a fence. Can't need it all.
Is that the one you lost?
No, this is, no, we're not having a picture of him. This is the, yeah, this is Diego.
Yeah.
Christ on that party, yeah.
I've got two
Lady
chihuahuas.
Black. Oh, do you? Oh, they're so cute. I love chihuahuas. Didn't really have too much. Isn't that strange? I can't believe that's not in there because I know I took him. I might be saving another part then, but I thought I would just very stop and look. I guess I'll tell you the other day. Oh, how cute! It's a teeny tiny one, huh?
That one's even smaller.
Oh.
Somewhere I got a good picture. And there's our beagle.
Oh.
He's old.
Our dog's like 12 now, almost 12.
Oh, this is the newest one. This dog belonged to a guy named Jerry who used to own Daylight Donuts.
Jerry, yeah. I knew him forever, yeah.
So he passed this year, and his two dogs, his son couldn't keep them because his dogs were too aggressive. So he ended up having to take them to the shelter.
Oh, sweet rescue.
Yeah, well, no, the other one they had to put down. So then this one now was all alone. So we took him.
Did you ever do that, yeah?
And we've had him since about, that's it.
It looks like a lot like our friend that Canada's. He's got 12, it's long, and it's like this long, it looks like a ugly, but it's ugly, it's cute, you know?
Yeah.
The one that died was like 6 pounds, he was tiny.
This one's tiny. She used to be tiny, but she's gained some weight.
Oh.
They're both about 10.
And they do love to eat, don't they?
This
Anything
one,
and
this
everything.
one, this one does. This one doesn't. He doesn't like meat.
Really?
No.
Dog.
He likes breakfast pastry.
I
just walked, sorry. No, we'll call it 9:26.
He's settled in with us pretty good.
Nice. What's his name?
He came with the name Harley.
Yeah, I knew Jerry, and his wife died not too long before, well, several years ago, I guess. And then, I really liked him, he had that day, at first he worked at City Market Bakery for, 20, 30 years. You know, from that Daylight Donuts, and, or Jerry's Donuts, it was called then, in the Daylight Donuts place, and it was just, every day, you see 30 cars there. And then he just didn't want to do it anymore, got up like at 2 in the morning and cooked, you know. That's no job.
Darlene's got, you know.
She does, she does a good
I
job.
like
too.
Darlene and I like her donuts, but I don't see her place as packed as.
No, and I don't know why, I just was surprised, I suppose nowadays and all that. And our, my yard, it's actually green again, but then I looked into there, I hadn't looked into there since all there. And I finally looked at it, the water's in it again. It happened just like 3 years ago. I took like 2 years to pump it out before, the 2 pumps, and I think there was a house across the street. They moved out when the dad died, the mom died, and the lady moved and then died. And then they came and repossessed her house, and apparently they didn't say anything to anybody because as soon as that house moved out, that's what happened to us, and I didn't know that until they found it. There you go. So I was figured out that, you know, we've had water in our basement forever, but they tested it here at the Public Works and said, no, it's not city water. But I don't know how they would know that because it was in the option for a while. They didn't have chlorine anymore. But that was just that horrible, horrible experience. I didn't know who gave it. Gosh, I had to go under your entire house and we put a first tank in there to make it come out down to the pump because it was kind of stuck in the other place. So yeah, it's been a while. We haven't had one bit of water in there for 20 years before we saw water in there. I can walk around in there. In fact, I thought about making them empty underground drainage into there. You know, 'cause I could stand up and Harry almost can. And it's a good thing now because it'd be underwater.
And what is it, a crawl space?
Yes, it's a crawl space, but it's an entire length and it's, like 5 foot tall maybe. So I can stand up until the rafters, I can stand up totally under it, so it must be at least 5'4". 5'4", I found out not too long ago. I can't believe I have my pictures on there because I just saw that in the here.
I'm not one. I'm not.
You didn't meet Josh, you met that's my son.
Let me see. Yeah,
No,
I've
that's a
never
terrible
heard.
picture there. Oh my gosh, Josh, look at it. Oh, did you print it? I did one. A lot better, but he's a little bit better. He's in there, he's crossed like him, he's not, I don't know what he's doing, but he loves that dog. That dog was him, every time he comes to summer salsa almost, you know. And that's, you met Connor.
Yep.
And you met Riley.
Yep.
I can see they're too busy now, you know.
So those his kids?
Mhm.
And they're-
said
yeah, so
that's
they're-
So it is here.
Oh, so it's-
Yeah, here all around.
She just said it.
Oh, okay.
See, you're close.
Perfect time.
We sit down there, she and I get along. One day she called me and she says, are you home? I said, yeah. She says, will you go check on Ryan? I can't. She went on the phone, she was, you know, not just like last year, she was like 12, 13, but she took her ringer off on the way back. She was in Rock Springs with Connor Racing. Yeah, so I went over there and she says, you're just gonna have to just need to come in. It was wonderful. Because we was there for a while. And she told us that she
It's right closed.
But we did all that, we're in really good shape now, but this is, we gave her that's our other son, famous Lee, didn't get to meet him either. Look like him.
Yeah.
Gave him a present at Christmas. Josh was so moved by that, it was cool. That was a, I don't think we had that yet, after we played that, oh yeah, she made us one. That nephew that was there from Denver, she was one of the big girl, and he was the one that was always smoking a pipe or who knows what. But yeah, that's us. And then, Aaron and I. There are my flowers.
We should do something different. Meetings like tomorrow, because it's really extra. For council, it's like.
Remind me what kind of trees you have.
I don't know, cherry and apples.
Compare to the budget for
with the party, I told him, I said, I need to do something with that thing, like, turned it over. Well, I didn't pay attention to it, and then, I tried to turn it over, all my tools were underneath it, so I'm kind of smashed. They didn't come last year, so I didn't even think they were there. But they made it. I must have stood right by it or something, I don't know. Gosh darn it. That was the thing, that's part of me.
Rawlins, Hathaway,
Abby.
Cindy,
It's so pretty, and put it up,
Cowboy,
didn't even touch it.
What's in there that keeps them from
Cash
one?
I don't know, I said, like that, like that, I think she's teaching it again, looks like for the flyer. I might go to it again, I made a container garden, and that's what I chose. Here is some plants, and it says right on there, or I got a book for it, I think, I ordered one.
I think there's 3
And I
or
really
4.
was interested in all that, so.
Graduate from Rawlins High School, you get, it's called the Sundance.
I was thinking I had some on that day too, but it's my calendar, it wasn't, so that's just a couple weekends away, and it was Memorial Weekend, weekend after Memorial Day, isn't it?
We're going out east for a couple of days.
Oh, are you doing this?
I miss my family and I miss her family, but.
I'm glad to hear that.
If you had
this up, it would, oh yeah, like this. Nice.
Aye.
Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Just two of you, you gotta take the whole family.
Why
Dogs,
don't
we're
we-
taking the,
There's probably because
and the 3 dogs.
it's
So we got hills.
right,
We're going to Connecticut first to see that family. And then we're going to Pennsylvania to see her, so go to the wedding.
How many miles is that?
was food stamps are bad.
Terry saw something he wanted in Texas, I said, I'm not driving a 12-hour drive to Texas, I'm gonna go somewhere.
She brought him in and I
Arizona,
could tell
man, so I can
she was
just
her,
see what's, if anybody lives
and
in
her
Brazil.
sister.
Yeah, it's the other sense I took.
That's kind of like.
Oh, yeah, and that same day there was a rainbow, yeah. I think it turned into a double rainbow, oh, here's one of those.
That's a good one.
Cool. Doesn't even look
Only
real,
in
does it?
Wyoming.
I
There's
know.
full rainbow.
I know, it's pretty, huh?
We saw one down by Saratoga once, I got pictures of it.
Mm.
And you can see both sides of it. It's like, and Elk Mountain's in the background.
Oh, how pretty, I think that's beautiful, by the frame.
Yeah, that was a good one.
He's pretty.
I took a picture of my doctor's office because Josh told me one day, we all have the same doctor. He said, his picture not on the wall anymore. Well, my doctor was, that's him. But the next time he was gone too. And I was gonna get my back, because my back's doing the same thing supposedly as theirs. Which is, to me, that's odd. Oh, it's exactly the same thing, so I'm gonna ask my medical records and see what's going on there. But then he moved somewhere, so I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Where's that, Casper?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. He was a good doctor, very, very cool. I had those shots in my back, I thought I was gonna die, from that, but
You're right.
I made it. That was when
Did
Terry's
they help you out?
No, well, for about a week, that's all. Jabari done got his, and so Terry got some, and they helped him for about a week. And then I thought, well, I'm gonna go try it then, and then, didn't work out at all. Oh, I saw Chief Lane the other day at Found Me Dollar. And he says, what are you guys up to? I said, oh, I'm gonna go home and cook some sauerkraut and some sauerkraut. He goes, oh my God, well, come on over. He says, oh, I can't tonight. I said, well, I'll take a picture of it, and I forgot to send it to him. He said, it's one of his favorite foods. My doctor was supposed to say yes.
I just saw that.
Okay, so what is this one?
I'm curious.
It's just a random
Like,
sassy crap in it.
coach it off. I like Sabbath going on down here, that isn't that neat? Sabbath, where's that? I can't remember where it was at, but I took it from yeah.
That's why we don't get to
Exactly,
see.
you gotta do something like that. We couldn't possibly do that ourselves, but. Oh, and I fell the other day. Yeah, I fell at the, oh, at Cycle Center. I was walking in, and, Coach said he's in front of me, and all of a sudden, he's over.
Does it all come from
Are you
some-
okay? I said, I think so.
It's
Get my
like-
hand, it got me. I took pictures in case I needed to send you.
Was it even that?
It was, I think I tripped on the step. Well, there's another picture, like,
Yeah, that's a nice
yeah,
Chris.
pretty good.
And Casper has one.
So I take pictures just to remind myself how stupid I was anyway.
Like this time.
Yeah, that's all, I don't think you can tell me more.
Yeah, I didn't notice
to some of that time. And they have. I put them on east when I did what's it called, Moderna, I think it is. And it really, it helps with the scars. Yeah, so now it could possibly cover them up. I don't know, we send something into something, but I got bruised on it, I don't know why, what happened to me like this there. So I do. It's still upright, so I guess it's cool.
Still trucking along.
Yeah. So you picture that, 'cause he looks like our former garage. Never since Sunday. I was in never in better shape when we had karate. I think it was really
And each one of the
my brothers and his daughter, my niece, they're both black belts. They inspire each other on and she usually wins. Of course, she's half his age, of course, but it looks like she still does, she's still on my. That doesn't come back. I heard that thing on the museum. They were taking pictures, or they were taking things for the snow, putting their little books on that. So we went in there, and I told her I have one, I never did it, so probably too late now, but. Won't leave it.
The library keeps pictures. They have a whole archive. No, they went one.
My daughter made a bag.
Well, I got one of the, climbing out the window.
She had 9 different things that she made, and she sold.
Oh, I remember.
When we got that snow, so bad, because I thought, well, so Terry said, we better go,
Is that after you guys shoveled?
well, I couldn't get a snowblower, it's too deep, I waited so long, because my snowblower's little, but it was too deep, I just couldn't do it, so I had to shovel through the garage. First I got out the window, because I don't think he could, from when I stepped out, getting out the window, so I stepped in one stool, and I happened to have a ladder, and steps on the house, which I usually do. So there's a ladder out there, threw the tools out, climbed out, and then shoveled from here to the door. Very happy with the rest of some of it, and then, that's how tall it was, it was kind of cool. Hey, how are ya? Good. I'm showing them all my stupid pictures. Not all of them. Oh, yeah, I saw Wolf House South.
Get out, where?
Yeah, do you know where, this has been, where was that? There's 3 or 4 of them. There's 2 of them, actually. Tracy, is that a coyote? I said, no, that's much bigger than a coyote. Do you know where William Washington Pine is? And then that racetrack that goes, there used to be a racetrack out there on the, kind of across the highway and down maybe half a mile.
Okay.
There's a house on the hill, I think, I don't know, Dory stood around, I still do, but it's right through there. There's a house out there. But you know, maybe their house lives like way up there, the door. Hey, there's a wolf out there, it might shoot you, you know. Cause I don't think he lives there anymore, I just, yeah, it's kind of cool.
That is cool.
You're out. I was gonna.
But it's not, what the heck? No, it's got that thing I should have.
Let's.
But yeah, it's chasing a rabbit. I got an old picture of me. Well, you can see how skinny I was then. Pretty old, a while back. I was in my dog that, and then my dad used to bounce on his knee, and I forgot how it goes now.
Oh, like a little saying or something?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
Try to back and better big snake, take it to the club. Country market, go get a snake, when you get back, and see after hours it was, but anyway, I was bouncing on that, I thought I should keep that because I don't, it's been a long time ago. What even that was? Let's see, where I found that at, oh shoot. Must've been when I downloaded somewhere, so I didn't tell me that stuff. Years ago. No, I was skinnier, anyway, so.
Look the same.
I do? Or he does?
You do.
No, I don't think, I think I'm way fatter now, but I'm tanner. I'm tanner than I usually am, but. There's a sweater there. He doesn't really like that much, but.
I just don't like it either.
Does he? I don't know why, but we finally found a, leash you just pull back out of it as soon as you start taking it somewhere. Cause he You don't like to go outside, you don't go out front, you come back in. And, so we bought him a harness, and said, come over, and I will try that, and see if he loves it. I mean, he doesn't love it, but he doesn't try to pull it off, yeah. I guess, so it just seems to work, so I told him, take it for a walk, haven't done it yet, and we'll have it for a few days. So I'm not gonna have a picture some other time, but I know it has one. And it'll bloom one of these days too.
4%.
I'll tell you.
Which is about 2% higher.
How's Dan doing? I'm sorry. No. I know. Oh, Dan, oh, yeah. Oh, Dan, I don't know. I don't know three men that aren't really. I don't know why, but I guess that's why we're here.
We were so lucky in the last 10 minutes before the work session.
we had other documents.
This copy.
Is there any budget, you got a good budget this year?
All the,
Was that
all the
city or
city
you?
was
That's about-
answer some questions.
City's not looking so good for
From
Yeah.
last Wednesday,
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
first reading, they had questions.
Yeah, it looked like $8 million.
So I just answered
Yeah.
half of them.
And I think it will slightly
Yeah, I
get
didn't
better
know
in terms of the revenue.
We never did talk about
Taxes and stuff like
the
that.
profits, that's what some things were.
But the mayor, he was out of the,
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
got here literally as I was
To
down.
adjourn or whatever.
Yeah, he was perfect, right, when my last thing was.
I told you.
I was stressed, I just was like, what to say?
But it could all be.
She had all the questions listed, which is
Probably was
good.
when you're buying or something.
I think we
Oh, yeah, that's
should-
at that little shop in Saratoga.
I think,
You've been into the hub?
Not in the hot show, but in the shops down there. Which one is this? The little.
It's the Aspen Sky Merchant.
Capital stuff
No, no.
because people.
Yeah, Aspen Sky Merchant's one that, as you turn to the hot pool, it's right
Posted
where Jeremiah's new gym is.
And so
Yeah,
some of them were
Yeah,
showing
it's
the budget
beautiful.
and there's
Awesome
zero
in there.
spent. I'm like, I know we got this.
I had no idea they had so much stuff in there, but they.
They got a lot.
They really do. It's really cool stuff.
And it's on me, so now you
I
have.
was there a few months ago, I think.
Time.
One of the things that I gave them the numbers was the education.
That's when we went to Denver. This is my sister's
Education thing.
and his granddaughter.
You remember
She's
the
my niece, which
reimbursement
is
for education?
Melanie's first sister.
And,
Was a twin of the other girl.
But they had
And they,
mentioned that they kind of wanted to reinstate that because I didn't.
He rescued this dog, which I'll show you that in a
But
minute.
they
She
kind of
looks
decided which
exactly like my sister, just exactly. She's graduating this year.
Oh, good.
So I was really proud of her for that. There's that dog. He was also a rescue dog. I forgot what his name was, but really
Was
nice
that
dog.
new?
Well, he didn't want to come around me. But he finally did. And it was
It's
like,
been
there.
since
Both of them from somewhere back.
2008, when they were, at least it was on A when they renewed the policy.
Because when I looked at, I went back
I never had, I
through
haven't
the
seen, I never seen
internal
these kids.
analysis, and for 3 years
I
there
used to have one,
was
she
zero.
was probably like
And they,
12,
there's
probably like 8 or
a
something. I
clause
haven't
in
seen
there that they can
long
freeze
time.
that portion of
That's
the
the most
policy, and so they may
cool.
want to put it in for the
They
budget
may
for
not.
that. It's still in the
I just
budget.
didn't know, but then it went
So
to
actually, they live in Texas, they were in Denver, being us, but they live in Texas.
13, and then it was.
They have this, these trees.
And that's because we
It's pretty,
wrote it up
those
for
are
the budget.
pretty balls.
Yeah.
It wasn't budget line item for.
I wonder how
Yeah,
that
that's-
is.
that's a neat, but I don't know, it's probably the corporate or,
It is like a budget for it.
and there are lots of them.
Yeah, we gotta get to where I can.
Was that Texas?
This is in, this in Denver.
Okay.
Around.
I might have to work on my master's in
Go with me.
public administration. I don't know, my brother's working on
Well, that's what I was
his
trying to do,
master's
is
in
my
school
phone, I lost my,
administration.
my
My
cord was
wife's
back,
working
I
on
was
her
really.
bachelor's. So the two people I talked
My
to,
phone
most
cord
of
must
them
have
talked
dragged
to
in the
me
water
because they're
when they
always
got in and out of
getting
snow.
paid. Well, just doing it.
You can all compare notes.
And
I
then we started.
imagine working on
You
my master's.
had to turn off and do it, so. I lost that like.
That,
my
I
whole
can
life.
imagine, you know, coordination too, how the two of you
It's
can
nice.
function. I mean, that's hard enough.
And
One.
I didn't even think about doing it. Barbara's charging, gosh, I can't even get a hold of you. I think in fact that might be the night.
She's good.
She's perfect.
We went to dinner.
As long as everything's just right.
In the night.
So.
Yeah.
Josh flash maps, we all have each other's GPS, and we know where we're at, in case of emergency and all that. And, if I left my phone wasn't working, we carried it just in the car, and we went into Albuquerque somewhere, and, pretty soon we just comes up to me and she says, is your name Debbie and Terry? I'm going, how the hell would you know where we are? Here in Denver, you know, we're like 300 miles away from home, and I said, yeah. I think your son, you just call your son, because I think it is my brother. He looks way old, but
That's a good picture though.
he's not too bad now. He, I haven't seen him for a while either. My one sister, in pretty bad shape. Kidney problem and all that, and so. Funny about like this, my other sister, I told her I'd go down there, I told her I was gonna go down there on Saturday. I guess I talked to her on Friday, and I told her, oh, it's not next weekend, but week after that, because Josh had surgery. Started to stay with him and Casper for a few days, so I started from next weekend.
We've kind of
So,
adopted him,
next day I got a
and
call
Colin's
today.
kind of adopted Jack.
Yeah, it was rough on me.
So-
My own fault.
So we
But,
don't know what to
and
do.
my other sisters were, her and her daughter,
Where did they live?
they live in
Now
Elmore,
on
Colorado.
Sunday, he graduates from.
And drove down there.
Jack
Right up Terry here, he said,
graduates
"You want me to go with you?" I said, "No, I want to
So
go
it's
with
like,
myself."
how can I-
You won't get a stick here, I'm sleeping in my sister in bed, we're
But
gonna
I
talk
think
about
theirs is a one,
children,
ours is
little
like
children,
6.
high school people.
Can you watch it online, or they
So
do it online?
I may try.
And since then, she's got much
So,
better.
my in-laws
I
are.
haven't seen her since then, but she
Are they
sounds
here
much
right
better.
There's somebody there right
She's
now.
very heavy.
Oh,
My
so
niece is very heavy too. I don't know, my niece probably weighs 500 pounds, which is too bad. She says, you're gonna die in 30 days.
Might
I'm
be
not
a time
gonna
to
She was taking some, she's got some pretty good pictures.
Those are
So
really
they were,
Kind of cool.
they're all in like, they take like a week.
And I went down there and, I forgot where I was even going with that. Oh, so we went to Applebee's, and then, so Josh is passing out because he's mapping us on GPS, and sees that we went to a bank nearby. So, and we didn't call, he couldn't get hold of us and where we're at. I said, I bet
where
you.
you were kidnapped.
Yes, exactly, that's exactly what he's trying to compare. I said, you know what?
Still him.
I bet he's worried about it, because you left him phone there, and he knows where he's thinking, so. So my niece called about that time right before we got to the car, or right after we got in the car. And she says, you need to call Josh, he's called me because he's really worried about you guys, he thinks that, he saw you on the GPS go to the bank, and I says, oh, so you're probably not something, you took us some sausage, you made us go get money. She says, I think that's exactly what he thought. We called her, I said, you think that's,
here and
I
still see
did.
the lights are
It
on.
was hilarious, but,
She said there's nothing in between.
Well, it's 21 miles from Saratoga.
I don't know where my.
But you look at the mountains and it's like, it's just like right there.
And we go there.
I got to see these guys, I don't know if I can see them again, you know.
I go once a week if I can.
Down to Hop.
She lives in, over by
I know what,
He lives in our,
we've been in on, I've never
Yeah,
gone.
and they're close.
yep, they're like 40 miles from our house.
Yeah, Arlington's about right in the middle between Dallas and Fort Worth, and
And then get out of here and then
right there.
was the only one there.
They drove, they
I'm
stayed
sitting
there
back
for 2
and
days, we went,
look
Friday
up.
night, I think.
It
And
was
we came home
Dyson.
Christmas Eve, we got like a Christmas Eve weekend. Josh
She was
didn't come
my
home, he
son's
came back.
coach from
So why did I
college.
think you were there?
It was
Oh, that's my picture. Oh, that's where we.
Oh, I didn't know it was him. He didn't know it was me.
Grady's yard, Grady's.
Well, it couldn't have been
Yeah.
that.
He's right, he's a tall cowboy,
So
right,
looking at
like,
me,
you know,
I'm like,
6 foot, little 6 foot.
I said,
He's
"That's your
a
coach?"
got this big,
You know.
and he's our next door neighbor.
He sat there and says, yeah, is that you? His granddaughter
And then when
graduated from
we had
there.
30 boys doing our,
And so he was
gone.
gone. So they stayed in Saratoga, but
That's September. Apparently, we all ran over it,
his name was Steve.
and we didn't know that. But Grady said, some ran over it, well, you didn't have to run, it's like this close to it, so I said, well, I looked at something there, so. I made this, he told me, just my releases. See what I put out there, so that you read for your flowers.
They were
You
like,
can't get away with anything in your
I can't
kids,
go
can't get
anywhere.
away with anything.
Good about it, it's around pretty good, but.
I literally can't do it.
Yeah.
No matter what's up the street.
Well, that's Josh's house, where we didn't have any water.
It is
Okay,
Rasmussen.
sure, yeah. Well, compared to ours,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, just look at it.
And so he did. So I went up and shook his hand. I'm like, what did you want me to do? He says, well, you put it sorry. I used to do his text.
Oh, Terry got something, so we take a video, take a picture, somebody. Yeah, our brother-in-law, which his sister died, and it's her ex-husband, quite some time ago now, but so teeny tiny lake here, he gave him, he said he got an auction for like $10, so he gave it to Terry and had him home and try it. Oh. Of course.
One day or
Then you take a video of him starting his tractor up the first time.
Well, these are memorable moments.
They really are, they really are. Oh, there's our poor log.
It's one of our money.
It doesn't look like that anymore, really, but what's that? Is that an animal?
Looks like this.
I don't know what that is. Oh, that's, no, did it look like that when you guys were there? It might have,
What's that?
the lawn.
I don't remember
I
that.
think I
It
remember
looks
that
like a
either.
dog. It's a different
It does
dog.
look like a dog, how long it is. That's weird. We have a greenhouse in our house at the moment, so we can get a early start on it tomorrow.
You gonna finish building?
I think big one, 10 by 21, it's gonna be tough. I wanna put this on, when you saw that right over there. Oh, I took that because of deer fence, see how close they came to it? But, damn it, now for this thing. Yeah, it is, I remember that went, even. August, oh, it's our anniversary somewhere. Oh, it's asking us. Yeah, that's fun. We'll do. Looks like people doing all that kind of stuff. Our friends did about, you know, they're great people, Precious, they have that,
That's what you are.
what's it called, church down in front of Colorado. Anyway, they just want to send a preacher, but they live out there near us, and they told me, she texted me one day, and said, I find that, that's amazing. I said, where is that? I thought they were in the ocean somewhere. I'm sure this is amazing, I couldn't believe it. She said, where is that? I said, where you at? She said, on the Van West Road. I said, well, you have to be kidding.
How far out is your building house?
About 12 miles off of it. I think you go, once you turn on that road, you turn, I think it's right 12 miles. It's right on the county line. You have to go down some, dips and grooves and all that. Because I'm afraid that if we buy that again, we'll have to be able to get into it sometime, because BLM will block you out, because they can. And so I asked the BLM person, is there a chance of that? They said, no, probably not, so.
I've never driven up.
It's pretty, not that good of a road anymore. They used to maintain it, when the mine was there, but they haven't for years now.
Another good one.
Sometimes they just, yes, just look at it, back, is one picture when Josh had his surgery, back in, like 2016. I was driving along Casper and I saw this, looked like a dome, I really like domes, I don't know. And I was driving and I didn't, and there's a window, and I got home to look at it, and there was this really weird thing here. I gotta even find that, because that was in September, one year, and, it's like an outer space thing, and I told Josh, where the heck is that? And I sent it to Josh, I said, where is this? He says, I've never seen that in my life, are you sure you were sleeping on the road or something? I said, no, it was on the, between Muddy Gap and, Cement, and then nice with
Martin's Cove?
Yeah, Martin's Cove, that's, I thought, well, maybe it's, It was on Middle Act, or it was on, Muddy Gap was like right in here.
That's going towards Lander.
Okay, so so this lake, I think it's Buckland Road or something, I remember right? Today, but yeah, it's not a section. It's just say Buckland, I think it's before Martin's Cove. Oh. Unless it's Buckland, okay, there is Buckland Reservoir. It was like right here. This is like a great big thing that's like, I don't know, 40 feet tall. I think what the heck? It wasn't there, I don't think so, 'cause I went back there, it wasn't there, I don't know how that happened. I never have figured it out. I went back there a couple days later just to see, there's nothing there. I'm trying to find out.
He's like, we want you here, so on Wednesday, he says,
When I was researching it, it showed me
bring the controller.
around that area,
And so Doug,
some kind of a,
just got some, so we go back,
what is it, let me think,
the big guy
oh, yeah,
in there, and it was like.
rescue sculptures. So no, it was a rescue sculpture, I haven't done it. I didn't know that was out there. It must be secret, that's such a beautiful place, I would love to have that place. I knew the people that used to own that land when they moved. And
Love how it's up against that range.
yes, and then I love that,
Yeah, so I spent
that's on your lake right next to
2
that.
weeks down in Denver at George Cape,
Where you have the
gutter rating,
river,
gutter bonds.
or water and railroad and something else.
4 times in there. And you know what that takes for county. So you gotta close it out, take the premium, roll it to them.
And that mountain range where they found that body, that's,
But you should see
very
it.
close. But I thought it was pretty,
Oh. There's a beautiful, and you walk over.
It's also where they found that mummified, they think they, it was a mummified body in the thirties, they found a couple gold guys digging gold.
Yeah.
They thought it was a pygmy.
Cafeteria, so.
You ever heard of that?
Have I?
Around the street from it.
That guy was found.
Hmm.
Watch, I'll show you.
But I'll bet they finance, in the end, I'll bet it was 80. They kind of laughed, I'm like, you never pay this debt off. But he recruited.
Adrian Bell,
I do remember that, yeah, yeah. That'd be, it's a kind of a weird experience, isn't it?
Yep.
Like in that,
Okay.
There's so much you don't know, is it there?
I didn't know when they recreated the railroad station. And I thought,
That was found in casinos.
and so that was my weekend. To go pick him up.
I like that, UFOs, I
We're
was,
sitting there.
well,
and
I think it
his
was,
daughter
it's really weird, because denied the
just
election.
wanted to get closer.
I think we saw, just got elected meetings. Maybe it may have been the last time we did, but on the 9/11 election, I went outside and there's this thing right around in the sky and all that, so I sat there and held my camera steady on the wall or somewhere where you,
It's possible.
and I took a
but
picture of
think
it.
was
And,
our success.
I was gonna send them that move on, but I like UFO stuff, I never did, but just told me I should have, because now it's becoming
More,
an issue anymore.
it's more out there, yeah.
So I don't know if it really was or not, but he says, you probably moved the camera. I said, well, I don't think I was. It was just so weird.
Such a good guy.
Yeah, it's the picture she sent me.
His seal was that.
That's at Mineral Road.
Oh, that's what's flooded.
Yeah.
I was out there, I saw that.
Didn't you see that?
It
Oh.
looked like a giant lake on both sides of the
That's why I told her, I said, where are you? She said, that's Mineral Road. I said, you have to be kidding me. She said, no. It's crazy. I thought she was like somewhere fishing somewhere. That's where you guys at? She said, this is on the road coming in. They're covering the bush. She says, yeah, at times. It took me back. I used to have this dream all the time. We went to, as a child, we go on this bridge. It was forever going without water. You couldn't see anything but water. It was forever, ever, ever. And I saw a picture of it not too long ago, and I kept it somewhere, but because I was
Sounds
afraid
like
to go across it.
It sounds like the Florida Keys causeways.
I've never been there. I think I've been to Florida. I don't remember where I was at, but everybody did go somewhere with my dad one time on that, or several times. I don't know if it was in Minnesota maybe, or let's see, Michigan. I don't know. Yeah, that's what it's like. Scary. I don't really like that too much. And Terry talked about that. You were over the rain, out the rain in Colorado. You been there?
You're right.
That's a really horrible holiday. Go way straight up. Him and Larry went to their uncle's funeral a while back. No, it was a shortcut to go there. Terry said, I am not driving this road, you're gonna have to, so I guess he did. Saved him like 3 hours there, so I'm not going there all the way back. So he took the long way around, but.
I've done several before.
Yeah, I've,
Just need to follow the process.
driven there for it.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that either.
This is your record. It's pretty.
It's pretty.
I'm gonna show you. We drove on this road. She's gonna shoot out the window in a second, watch this.
She's scared?
Yeah, she was yelling.
It's
It's a straight drop down, and it's just like, right off the edge of the tire. And then look at this, here's a part you drive under the rock.
Oh, crap. You better have a very tall vehicle, how are you driving?
Jeep.
Oh,
This is outside of here,
I'd
right?
be scared, I would like that. Is that her in the window?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's the cliff.
Oh, my gosh.
We're under the rocks now. It's like
Oh,
we're under the
man.
rocks.
That is amazing.
Shoulder.
I've never gone that road again, so why would I like to see it? So now I have.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the same way, but this is your.
I bet it is. He said it was a street drop off. He said maybe going up might not be so bad, but coming down wasn't great.
Yep.
Pretty
It
though.
was beautiful.
Try.
Pretty neat.
It was, we saw some good stuff.
We had to tell them part this.
No, this was before we came here, this was
Oh.
when we came out to check out Wyoming, and we took down into Colorado. This valley. That's where they filmed the trip.
Where's that at?
This is in Grand Junction.
Grand Junction. You know, if you've ever been to Grand Junction, it's kind of crazy, it's not that far away.
This is down in Yellowstone and Teton.
Even the Yellowstone is.
Yeah.
Not much used to be, not as cool as it used to be. Oh. Just up east.
I think somebody took this one. These wolves were just.
Have you ever driven by that, oh my goodness. It's like a little girl.
This was 2019. Yeah, she wasn't
That
dead.
one night, picture, I thought the picture, I thought we mentioned my wife.
They brought
Sometimes she takes it out.
sometimes there's a Persian. I guess you read the first verse.
This is a story between Sheridan and Bowman.
We'll have to meet this kid at some point.
You did freshman place, really, huh?
Yeah, we
He's got 3 best friends,
You've
and
been to,
all 3 of their names are Sayed.
You won't have to worry about
Oh,
figuring out what it
Bill
is.
Canyon.
I told her, so it's like,
Not very far
Oh,
from
you're
there.
right there.
Yeah.
Where's the go?
Cocaine is take 30 and go back there.
Yeah.
Then you take out Rockford, you take out,
Say it.
to the Canada, there's alcohol there. And sometimes you can see.
Is this the one that goes over to Wheatland?
Yeah. Yep,
I've
that's the
heard
one.
of that.
Yep.
No, I haven't.
Take that sometime, you'll like that. And so
Yeah, I've heard that it's cool.
And a lot of times you can see animals, everybody, you see big horn sheep once in a while.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place.
Yep, that's on my list. I've also never driven from Medicine Bow up to, towards Casper.
I've been there one time, and that's a beautiful road too. We did that because we went to, I think we went to the doctor in Casper, we had a trauma meeting. And by the time I got out of the doctor, they couldn't come and drop me off and drive us to Bow, so I said, well, I guess I'll just go with it. That's the first time I met Layman.
Where was
It was in the farm they worked on.
No, it was in,
So when
it was
my
Medicine Bow.
great grandpa came here from a Finland,
And we drove that way, and there's a little rest
he
stop I
spelled
didn't know was
everything
there.
totally different.
Yeah, I didn't have any idea
It
it was there.
was
We go to Casper all the time, so you spoke about Urban and everything.
RIA,
But
and we
then I
could
take
not find
30 to
any
Laramie, but
that
I've just never taken that road.
Never existed.
Yeah.
It's very pretty, actually.
We got here and
Kind of low,
changed
if
the
you ever driven one
style.
behind, by
But
Laramie.
it was the farm. they
Jack,
worked
Happy
on.
Jack Road?
So, yeah, I mean,
No
after
idea.
some.
No, I know where it is.
That's worse.
I never taken that before, we went to the concert, I think, down there. We did something about it anyway. And then, I thought, we'll take that one when we home, and it's so gorgeous, it's beautiful out there, you never know they're there.
That's kind of in between Laramie and Cheyenne.
Yeah.
It's up there by,
Yeah, there's that.
Yep, exactly.
The farmer picture.
I used to go when I was in college, I was there a couple times to go spelunking, or not spelunking. Yeah, I kind of rock climbing, try to go some different way. Because in college we did that, and it was so pretty, I love those rocks. There's those rocks in my backyard.
That's a pretty good one.
It really is beautiful.
I
I thought I'd better go, or I get nothing done home, bring it home.
All right.
She's been talking to you, I've seen forever.
Really nice.
Reading for a while, so I thought, well, I come tonight and do that kind of thing a little bit. I'm gonna find my pictures and I'll have to earmark them so I can show you.
Yeah, like this.
Better be better in person, but hopefully they'll, if they don't go very long, they go like 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, maybe at the most.
What does?
Make trees flowering,
Oh,
red and white.
Gotcha.
So pretty.
Apple.
And I do have that in a panoramic shot somewhere, so next time I see you, I'll have to find that, I will. I will do that, cause it's cool.
How was your sister?
My whole house is neat. So I did one of these, I did this, and yeah, it's pretty good. Flowers, everything, but next time you come over, it'd be a greenhouse in the backyard.
You guys will do well there.
Oh, yeah. My parents are really well, actually. It's, I could have transplanted it into a bucket. It is so well. And planting, coffees, I tried coffees last time, they didn't grow. They're little teeny tiny things, and they're just full of it. It's cool. So I'm gonna have to probably spread them out a little bit, or they won't grow right, but the greenhouse, everything's gonna grow, I think, so. Jerry's gonna do a water system on it, he said, I wanna get it early on, I said, why, you have to plants it again? He says, no, but I gotta get everything ready for the water. So now he's really gonna have to be going out before he gets his arm back, cause I sure as hell can't do that crap. I don't want to either.
Drive safe.
I will, very far, so I might go to the $70 and grab whatever else, I guess I won't, they're closed, it's 10 already, jeez. Let me talk to you for an hour. Yeah, well, thank you.
I'll see you, Deb.
Take care, okay, take care, okay? Good to see you.
Take care.
Hi, guys. I show them all my pictures, tell my life story for the last, I don't know how long, but I lost some pictures of my backyard. You saw my backyard. You have, but not where the trees are in bloom, I don't think, have you?
Yeah, I was there in July. I was in there in July for your.
I don't think was they in bloom yet?
I don't think so.
I was trying to find that picture because he said his wife would really like that, and I know what I have done with it. I've done a panorama of my backyard. It's really cool. But when they're in bloom, they only bloom for like less than a week. It's extremely sad.
I know for a fact they weren't blooming because they didn't have to take extra nose.
They were not in bloom? Yeah.
I can guarantee they weren't.
because I didn't have to take extra.
Ordered some albuterol for my inhaler, because I haven't had one for a while, and I didn't even know it was here, and I got a reminder saying, you have to pick this up at 7 o'clock, or put it on the shelf, and I forgot. And I didn't even know it was $124. I said, I'm not gonna pay that for one freaking inhaler. My insurance should cover that, so I'm gonna go another route, I guess, but I have a little bit left at home, but that's what I needed, and I'm like trees over there, I guess. Found a tulip under my pond, my nieces turned over in my backyard. It killed my roses, some of them, or tulips, not roses, tulips. Because it was on top of it, and I never thought of that, because last year they did not bloom. Did they bloom last year there?
Couldn't water them enough to get them to bloom.
Yes, okay. But I was surprised they came back, and
Yeah.
looked at them, and they're squiggly, and I need to look down and see if they recovered yet.
And I'm hoping that mine come
I
back
love
this
the
year.
flowers. I'm more into fake flowers now, but.
So my chickens didn't get it.
Your chickens?
Oh,
How
yours
yours got?
buds are the best.
You get a lot of eggs in?
To try.
We have 8 grown ones and then
We had tulips.
Well, you
out
could have
front
bangs
of our
on that
house and deer just
lately, huh, or earlier in the year?
You know,
Or selling eggs for 10 bucks
outside
a
of
carton.
I didn't even know that they were tulips. One day I'm out, I'm like,
Oh, no.
oh, those are blooming, so I went to get the wife the next night.
Of course. Well, I gotta go, I'm not getting nothing done before he gets home.
Sounds good.
I'll sleep. All right, take care, guys.
See you, take care.
Outside one at the Ferris
You can go at any of them.
Any of them, they're all locked, but they're okay. I've been at the Ferris in a long time. Last time.
Oh, you did? I didn't take my key with me, so I always lock it when I leave, so.
Yeah, last time I was out there, there were owls.
I saw them there too.
Did you?
See, we didn't.
Big one in the house that's higher up on the hill.
We did not see an owl. We didn't scare them or anything.
It's funny, I was out there with this is like a year and a half ago with Rick and Elijah, and we were looking for Indian arrowheads on the other side. And then I kept asking him about it, and he was like, well, let's just drive over there. And because last time I was there was a big owl that flew out of the house. And we got there, and we walked in the house, and this big ass owl flew out.
See, we didn't go in the house. We didn't go in the house. And my sister doesn't like snakes, but my niece is like, but it was cold on Friday, so we didn't really, I mean, we were,
The snakes, I think, are just coming out now.
yeah. Yeah, so, well, Jim and I went out, it was really warm, and I was opening the truck, he says, what the heck are you doing? And I was like, oh, get out, look at the houses and stuff. No, you're not. There's rattlesnakes, this is the perfect where they live. I mean, especially because you live in California, and he said, this is what they like. You're not in now, get your fanny in. Yeah. So.
Up there, yeah, because they always hit the yards down right below it.
Yeah.
I haven't gone up on the uplift.
No.
I'm sure there's hiking trails, I guess. I don't know.
I've been up there for 18 years, never seen one.
It was too high to go.
I've never seen a rattlesnake.
But going down, like, if you go in that, across from the pavement behind the uplift, on those trails, I've seen tons of snakes just on the trails, but never on the uplift.
Never on the uplift.
So,
Yeah.
deer, I saw a mountain lion once,
Get out, where was that?
up on the uplift.
Get out.
Really?
Did it run from you or just
Yeah,
watch
it was
you?
like quite way away.
So where do you go when you go up on the uplift? Do you like come from town or do you drive around
No,
the
I
backside?
actually go the backside and then go through that little gate, and then it used to not have a gate, it used to not be fenced off.
Oh,
at
it
all.
wasn't?
Yeah, no, you could actually walk up to it.
Oh.
Okay.
And there are snakes in the pits, you can see that, but if you, there's a hike that goes in between all the way up. Up to the top. So we would go hiking to exercise, but obviously I haven't been doing that for quite some time. So,
Why am I here, Wendy? What's going on?
they're coming.
Unless Debbie is talking to Myra.
I bet that's it.
I remember think so, 'cause she, I don't know where she parked. But, yeah, so we had a, you know, we just kind of walked around Paris, and it was a lot, and then, we went to Sano after that.
nothing. The water was down a little bit. Yeah, but we went to, Independence Rock because my brother-in-law's birthday is July 4th, so. He always thought, oh, we can't be his family and our family. We always can't, my sister actually married into.
Just received a
He always
report from
thought
German
it was
cover with
fireworks.
caller outlier near the Jeffrey
Years.
Center.
I didn't have German shepherds.
That's awesome.
So, we went to.
Taking it, jumped out into the middle of the road in that area.
Did you climb up?
RP followed
I
it
did a little bit.
northbound and then lost sight of his dog was acting aggressive and barked at him when he tried to approach it.
Okay.
So we walked around, and then we went the other morning, walked around.
There's a really cool cave. If
It
you
was
go
on the back side.
Did you go in there?
There's a couple of them we did not go in.
On the back side of Independence Rock, so the east side. So kind of walk around and go on the east side, and there's kind of, the rock kind of overlaps, and there's kind of an alcove in the middle. And if you climb up that alcove, it's kind of a steep climb, but you can climb up there. And there's a cave back in there.
Oh, I didn't.
And in that cave, they have like the names and stuff in axle grease. It's still there.
Okay. You were telling me, so I didn't go into that. Okay, well, I'll throw action and
Yeah. But yeah, if you go on the back side, and there's, it's where the rocks kind of, do what?
You need a light?
Oh, you can see it, if it's light enough, you can see it. I mean, obviously a light would be better, but you can see it, yeah.
Yeah, then we went.
Climbed up on top, whatever.
Yeah, it's that back side. Can't
Of
remember.
course, a
which
lot of
one it was.
people's names are in there from 1995 or 7.
Yeah, way back.
Not that, but then in the 1800s, we saw a lot of them.
Sorry.
And
So
then,
there's a really old one up there, it's 1805 or something like that.
I think he went up. So then we went to Devil's Gate. We didn't go down because it was really, really misty and it was, yeah. And so we were cold. Oh, my sister was really cold. So we just went up to where the cement is saying, you know, the.
Oh, that's what we were talking.
So we took some pictures and then I was like, okay, so what
Oh, I
we're
didn't know
going to do now. She wanted to get a couple souvenirs.
I had my own 405.
I said, well, Rawlins doesn't really have a lot.
That's exactly what that was like.
So we went to Casper and we went downtown, they liked it, we were down the Second Street. And then we went to, yes, it's not that far. So we went into.
I don't remember being out there.
Across the street to the branding line to dinner. Of course.
So I have to touch.
So we're in on the right side where they have all the changes in the top
If I
where the bar
don't,
is.
yeah.
And
So
the
if they
table
tell
was
him he
long
has to
as
do
well.
that.
It was 5 of us. And it was tiki and it was on, I don't know, some, it was TBS, but it was about.
Where was it?
I mean, silver and some from the ocean, and there was no line. So my brother was coming. I was like,
I had,
we have to leave. No. We're leaving. He says, I don't, we're leaving. It was like 10-15 minutes, like, I wanna know. You don't even know what's going on, you're making things up as we go along. That's a good story.
Now that Second Street
Yes.
in town. where
Was that
it-
always like that?
Yeah, like when you get to the end of it, my great grandpa Wyatt owned a service station right there. And what's really cool about it is where it was, if you go off the hill, they used to call that the sandbar. And that's where all that prostitution is, like a really rough, bad spot. And so by cleaning it up, they built City Hall. Right in the middle of it. Yeah, right square in the middle of where it was is City Hall.
Because when we went out to Paris, they have all the sand dunes out there, so it's just not, and I went and told you, and it was like, we're
You have
not
the
going
option?
out there, we're going, it's too bad.
He didn't even want to do that first night. I'm like, I am not taking him out here.
Thank you, I haven't been out there for years.
I don't know.
The houses look like.
I thought I'd been about everywhere, but I didn't know there was.
Really? It's a private
And then-
service center.
Oh.
So it's, I think
And he's like, we didn't have cell, we didn't have anything, he's like,
Way down.
we get stuck learning them, it's because there's no cell phone service.
There's a bunch of
And he said,
car dealerships,
turnarounds, and then
and then you get into all these medical centers that are out there.
And a
But they're not
hundred,
doing
a hundred, he went right out.
Is it out like way out, past Home Depot and all that
Yeah,
stuff? Out
15, 20
It's
miles
right
out
at Sixth
there
Road,
before you get
way out
there.
there?
And
I
that
think
was
I
out
did see
there
it.
with the fifth
There's a
graders.
Polaris
There's
dealership
lots
out
of
there.
kids.
Yes,
So you go past Pizza Ranch and just keep going.
all the way out there. Yeah, it's like the
See,
end
this is
of
where-
everything.
Yeah, I think I did see that.
That's the drive we
So,
sat, like
what's it
stage
called?
grouse on.
The
Never
one you
really
went
seen
to,
stage
some, but there's
grouse,
like.
but
Oh, I
they were
understand.
all
medical centers in there.
out.
Those are so cool
Yeah.
when they start dancing.
His
They were doing
daughter
that.
Those
is
are
with
cool.
Premier Bank.
Never seen that before in my life, but it was
His main office is in there,
hundreds of
but
them.
he doesn't do surgery.
Okay, so I didn't take any
He prefers
about the
the
house.
Casper Surgical Center.
I will have to go back.
Fancy go out. So, I mean, if you did the Pickford,
Yeah.
So. There you are. You definitely wanna come back. So this is the house.
And what?
That's one, that's the lower one.
Were they just down there for your thing?
That's
I
the
don't
same
think
one.
so, but I don't know.
It's like the mountains, that's a Ferris mountain.
Is that a Ferris wheel?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was anything.
It's it is. So, and this is all connected.
Pretty cool.
So the owl was in the big one up on the hill, right, you said?
Yeah, there was, if you came in the same way that I think you did from like
100.
Lamont,
Yeah.
you came in there, there was a house on the left that was higher up, and then there was a house on the right that was lower down.
Lower, yeah. So yes, so this is, yeah.
I might have a picture.
Yeah, I have it right here. Of course,
Put your goggles on.
I don't remember there being two houses next
Yeah,
to each other.
they're all connected.
Is this a walkway through there?
Mhm. Yeah, it's covered.
Yeah, these two are connected. So I went into this one,
See, we didn't go in, the floors are really pretty.
but you
bad.
couldn't walk, yeah, you couldn't walk into that one.
No, and you could see the, lath, the horse and lath.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could definitely see that.
Yeah. But we-
And then the other one was down over here,
Yeah,
like on the other side of the road.
yeah. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that looks about right. And there was a gully behind
Yes, it
there.
got go on the backside, yes.
I think we went in that one too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the, see, you,
Cool, I gotta get out there.
yeah. Mhm.
So if you go to the town of Lamont, you go the other direction?
Somewhere out there, if you go north on 287, somewhere around Lamont, you're gonna take a right.
It's gonna be.
Take a right.
It's County Road 100, but the thing is though, there's no signage for County Road 100, you have to turn off and you see it. So when we first went out, Jim drove by, I said, that's County Road 100, because no, it's not, and so we turned around, we came back.
It might be before Lamont.
Yeah, it's around
Right
there.
about.
It's out that way.
I'll bring this,
And it'll head like directly east.
Okay.
It's fairly well maintained.
it is.
But we came back the way you tried, like after that
497.
town, you stay on it and it's a 2-track.
Yes,
And that's it's a rough 2-track.
it is.
And that'll wrap you like in a big loop and it'll come back out right below Willow Hill.
Yes, because
You know what I'm
that's,
talking about?
because that's the way we went
Oh,
in.
okay.
We went in that way, and like I said, we didn't have the newer
Stephanie's
tires.
an explorer.
Well, yeah, that's,
Paulsons are explorers.
well, that's the
As
way.
long as Tori doesn't go on the steep ones that are steep on my
Oh.
side.
Where you're
So
like-
it was on his side.
Yes.
That is not
I was just showing Deb this video that we took in Uray a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
Let me show you this real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's really pretty out there. I mean, it's-
I have a story that goes with it.
Yeah, you must.
Okay.
Put it on the big screen.
So when we came out here, we made a big move. We started in Black Hills and we went to Buffalo, Sheridan, across the Bighorns, went to Cody, went to Yellowstone, dropped down through Jackson. Then we made a loop through Colorado. And And we went down to Grand Junction, and then we're gonna go on Telluride, Ridgeway, and all those areas
Yeah,
in
right here.
Uray, and then we're gonna take
Kinda goes up
50
and
across
around.
to
And
Colorado
there's still
Springs, then we come back up to Laramie.
The
and
glass
back to
is
Grand
in this,
I
you
knew
know,
we
that's
weren't
in front of the
Colorado,
house.
but I wanted to see it.
It's really nice.
So, when I'm in Buffalo,
Okay.
Wyoming, I'm getting my hair cut. There's like one barber shop in town. And I'm talking with the guy, nice guy, and he had moved up from Colorado to Buffalo. And I'm like, why? He's like, because I couldn't take the bullshit anymore. So we moved here, and I'm like, well, how is it? He's like, it's great, I love it. So he's asking me where we're going, and I'm explaining the loop to him. And he goes, yeah, Grand Junction, the western slope's nice, you like that. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna go to Telluride. He's like, you know, I don't like Telluride, it's California. And then I'm like, I think I'm gonna go to Uray too. He goes, you'll like Uray. So I'm like, cool. So, we hit, have you been down there? So Ridgeway was cool, like I didn't know until I was down there when the True Grit filmed there, which I learned, so I was like, so we saw those buildings. So we go to Telluride, and I can't find a parking space anywhere in town at all. And it's all, it's what?
We went off Caesar, so.
And it's all of these, it's just like what I was living in already, I'm just like, ugh. So at the end of the Fox Canyon that Telluride is in, there's some roads that'll zigzag up and there's like a waterfall and you can get up on these roads. And, you know, I'm coming from DC, so I'm not doing a hell of a lot of not driving on pavement, you know what I mean? And we have a Jeep, Grand Cherokee, and it's an off-road type of deal.
Yeah, that's.
So I'm like, I wanna drive up there. So we
That's
start
the
driving
other side,
up,
right?
and
That's the road.
there's a ranger there stopping people, and she says,
So
there's a tree down
they
across the
wanna-
road, so you
they
can't
wanna
get it.
go
And I'm like,
fast.
I've had it, tell you right, let's
It's
go
a
to Uray.
day trip.
So we go to Uray, totally
You're on
cool.
the wrong side.
Bikers.
That's why there's like a
You get to
bridge
go
that goes
Yeah,
out
I
in
said
the
so.
middle of nowhere.
I just went through that Saturday.
Yeah.
So, but I've got it in my head now that I have to drive off-road. So we're in Uray, we have lunch, cool town, people on
Yeah,
Harleys,
really
people in Jeeps, it's just relaxed. It's like
You
the
know
opposite
that
of
river
town.
runs
I think-
over.
I'm thinking the barber was right.
So the railroad.
So I'm looking up roads at
How
the
often do you
back of
go?
that canyon.
I haven't seen a train.
Uray is, and there's one called
It would be
Camp
perfect to have
Bird
some
Road.
train come there.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
a bunch of tunnels.
So I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, because we went
let's
through.
do that. And it's fall,
And then
so we're starting to drive up and, you know, all the
They
aspects
wanted,
are
you know, 'cause
gold.
they were-
It's
we were
really
showing
cool.
some pictures and
Until the road is hanging off the side of the mountain.
you know, fair.
Like, ah.
And we're literally driving under rock ledges above us. So on the way back, and we went as far as we could, the road would go all the way through
Yeah.
the other side
Yeah,
of
I haven't seen a
whatever.
train in there.
And there was like all these old mines that were from the 1800s that are like falling off the cliff. Like I'm looking across this valley and it looked like an old hotel that slid down a cliff, but it was a mine. And there's all these signs, avalanche, beware, and travelers from this. So we went as far as we could until it turned into like technical four-wheel driving.
You're out of
Like where you're like going over rocks and I'm like, no.
Wendy, the doors.
So we turned around and came back, and on the way back, we took this video. She was taking it, so now the drop off is on the left. And we went from, I mean, it was really pretty. It was like, you know, that, it's a nice road. It's not bad, you know, that. And there was some, oh, wait a minute, those are the drop offs. But yeah, I mean, it was not bad. It's like a maintained road until we got to this part. And she will show you off the side of the cliff as we're driving.
Yeah, you can see that. I would not like that.
It's literally like a foot of room off your right tire. And this is a two-way street.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Wait till she shows you some of the really bad ones. And then you can see where we're going underneath rocks.
Yeah, that would freak you out.
Yeah. All I can say,
Let's go over then.
all I can say is I'm glad I'm driving because I had to pay attention to the road because if I was looking over that cliff, I would have been big bad shape.
Oh, gosh. That's crazy. It's beautiful though.
It
Those
was,
trees are
it was
just-
absolutely beautiful.
And you got a good song in the background.
Yeah, I had Sirius Radio on, yeah. Did they go under the rocks yet?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So just like last year, there was two ladies, not mother and daughter, like niece and aunt or something. I think one was a teacher, and they hired. There's people that will take you out there, like in jeeps, or they have like these trucks with like bench seats where you're sitting up and you can see. So this guide took them out there and rolled off that cliff and they all died. Watch, I'll show you. I won't show you pictures of that. I'll show you the article. Camp Bird Road.
You have them in the.
So I just googled like I just googled Camp Bird Road. So right around, you can see, right around that corner is where we went under the rocks. There should be pictures. Oh, and the rocks collapsed too after we were there. But
It's right here. It's right before Lamont.
it's right before.
Mm-hmm. It's right here. We have these in our truck. We do.
First of all, if I just googled Camp Bird Road, dare to drive the challenging Camp Bird Road.
You chose
Gee,
that
well,
one
I
to
didn't-
drive, like.
Yeah, I didn't look any of this up before I was. This is the article, so this was just last September.
Hmm.
Two vacationers and a tour guide. So, anyway, I'm glad I did it, but I'm glad I didn't know anything about it before I did it.
Yes, absolutely.
If I was reading like these articles, I'd be like, well, we're not doing that. Do I need a four-wheel drive vehicle to drive Camp Bird Road? High clearance four-wheel drive.
Yes, you do. Oh, gosh.
I might do it again. If I'm down there, I probably would. Are we meeting tomorrow at 10?
As far as I know.
Just have to find my pictures of Poison Spider Road in Moab.
There's a poison spider road up by Casper.
There's one in Moab, but it's
Okay.
crazy. So, yeah. I got out of the car and my husband went up and he's like, video me. Okay. As long as I'm not in
I
there.
want to capture your rolling down a mountain.
It was crazy.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
At R4 Runner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that one of those things where it was like straight up a rock
This.
face?
Yeah.
Which you could see all the tire tracks from other
Yes.
people? Yeah, I'm not doing that.
And after we passed 3 people who had broken axles
Yep.
on the way.
Yep.
I'm like, why do you do this? Why do you do this?
There's a little bit of a
I
rush.
know. This is why you do this. Yeah, that's my husband. So. I
We're all
just go
basically
on
the same
ride.
that way too.
Oh, okay.
Wendy and I were talking about that earlier.
It's a thing. It's a thing. It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
How are you?
I'm here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I have this one.
I'm going back to my back row.
Which ones? Do I s-
Walk it in yet.
Did you break it?
Which ones do I
Hey,
s-
that's my job.
Oh, you can do it.
I always try and catch it when
Okay.
it comes through that door like,
All right.
No, you can
You
do
do
it.
it. You got it.
you got it.
I have faith in you.
Okay.
I read the thing really fast.
I know. Commercials, remember what Steve and I said, commercials. Auctioneer, you said that, see?
Yeah, but I couldn't do the weird noises.
My signature gets worse every time I put it to.
We're like,
Don't worry. By the time you're done, you'll be done.
here we go.
With a line.
I'm waiting on him to say, okay.
This is what it would have been like if I had come apart.
Are we logging back in?
We got some minutes.
Councilman
to-
Weisenberg.
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405 at 10:39 PM.
That needs to go on.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405 at 10:40 PM,
39.
39 PM. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Can I borrow your hand?
Yay.
Thanks.
We have these in
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, next thing on our agenda is item C, Councilman Weisenberg.
I'd move to approve the executive session minutes of April 27, 2023 special city council meeting.
Second.
And a motion made and seconded to approve the executive session minutes of April 27th, 2023 special city council meeting. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
What's it
Online
next?
voting is open.
Yay.
Yay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Alrighty, thank you. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to approve the executive session minutes of May 2nd, 2023 regular city council meeting.
Second.
And a motion made and seconded to approve executive session minutes of May 2nd, 2023 regular city council meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Yay.
Online voting is open.
Oh, sorry. Yay.
Abstain.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. Councilmember Wells abstained.
Alrighty, thank you. I skipped a step. Is there any objections to matters discussed in executive session? Okay, so then we will go to adjournment. I will adjourn this meeting, and the next one is on June 5th. And after that, it's June 14th.
That's a switch.
Everybody have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Jackie. Just give me a
Just
second.
sneak out your way.
Okay.
Thanks.
You
Good
didn't
night.
bug me. Yeah. I can't trust you with anything.
God, here's